14-year-old Nacole Smith lived in Atlanta, Georgia in 1995. On June 7th, she and her sister were walking to Ralph Bunche Middle School. On the way, Nacole realized she forgot something at home. She then headed back alone and cut through the woods. Sadly, Nacole would never make it back home. In the woods, she came across a man who indecently assaulted her and then shot her in the face 2 times. Investigators collected male DNA from her body and stored it for later use. Despite investigators' efforts, they didn't find any useful leads and the case went cold. In 2002, Detective Vincent Velasquez reopened the case. For 2 years, he was unsuccessful in his quest, but then a small breakthrough was made. In 2004, 13-year-old Betty Brown of East Point, Georgia was indecently assaulted by a man. Fortunately, she survived the attack. It happened just miles away from where Nacole's life was taken. Investigators found the DNA from both attacks is the same. This meant the attacker most likely lived in the area. Betty was able to describe the suspect as an African-American man, possibly in his 30s. A sketch was made and shared around, but didn't lead to anything. Detective Velasquez worked the case tirelessly, being in constant contact with Smith's family, conducting hundreds of interviews and over 50 blood samples before he retired in 2017. Detective Scott DeMeester then took over the case. Using genealogy and ancestry databases, it took investigators 3 years to find the person of interest. DeMeester got word that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation lab was able to match the DNA profile in the assault of Betty Brown. A few days later in 2022, Nacole's case could also be closed as it was confirmed that it was the same man responsible. The Atlanta Police Department then held a press conference to announce it to the public. Police did not state the suspect's name during the press conference. They said investigators wanted the moment to be about the victims, their families, and detectives who dedicated their hard work and time to solve the case. They only said the attacker passed away on August 29, 2021, while in hospice care for liver and kidney failure. Nacole's mother said she had been living without closure in the horrific incident for nearly 3 decades. She called the moment bittersweet and said she's fighting to take one day at a time. Today for me is a bittersweet moment. I never imagined this person to be deceased. So many unanswered questions that I had for him that I can never ask or get answers. I would never say it was closure for me because I'll live with this pain for the rest of my life, her mother said as tears ran down her cheeks. Betty Brown, who is now all grown up with children of her own, said that she has hidden that part of her life for years. Betty also said she never thought she would see the day where she would be talking about what happened to her. I'm so conflicted because on one hand, I want to rise above and not let this control me. But on the other hand, I want his family to suffer because he's not here to suffer. I want him to feel the pain that my family has felt for years. Furthermore, Betty stated that Nacole's mother and Detective Velasquez have both been in contact with her over the decades and that their care had been invaluable. All of these years and checking on me to make sure that I'm okay. I appreciate you because I needed that. After the press conference was done, it was revealed that the attacker was 49-year-old Kelvin Arnold. We don't know much about this worthless individual other than the fact that he's not alive anymore and that he lived close to both of the victims. 4-year-old Jessica Gutierrez, or Jessie as she was known, lived in Red Bank, South Carolina in 1986. On June 6th, Jessica's mother Deborah woke up and went to Jessica's room. Deborah found a window open and no sign of Jessica. Jessica's 6-year-old sister, who was in the room, said that a man with a magic hat and a beard took Jessica. Deborah called the police to report what had happened, and the search started. Investigators were not able to find Jessica, but they interviewed more than 125 people and reviewed more than 3,500 pages of documents with the help of the FBI personnel from 10 field offices. The search for Jessica and the person who took her went on for years. That was until 2022. On January 6, 2022, investigators from the Lexington County Sheriff's Department announced that a 61-year-old man from North Carolina had been arrested in connection to the case. The man is Thomas Eric McDowell. He was arrested by Wake Forest Police Department in Raleigh, North Carolina. According to investigators, Thomas's fingerprints matched the fingerprint found in Jessica's room. He had apparently also confessed to people that he took Jessica and ended her life. At the time of the crime, Thomas also lived in the area. He wore large cowboy hats, which might have been the magic hat that Jessica's sister was referring to. With the arrest now made, it is hoped that Thomas will reveal where Jessica's body is. assuming she's not alive anymore. In case she is alive, here's an image of what she might look like today. Thomas will now be prosecuted by the South Carolina Attorney General's office. He is currently being held at the Wake County Detention Center. 48-year-old Susan Winters lived in Henderson, Nevada in 2015 with her husband Gregory Brent Dennis and 2 teenage daughters. Susan was a judge and Gregory was a doctor. On January 3, 2015, Gregory called 911 to report Susan was unresponsive and needed an ambulance. She was taken to the hospital but did not make it. A mixture of antifreeze was found in her system. At first, it was believed that she might have taken her own life by ingesting the antifreeze. Investigators then found Gregory had an expensive drug habit. He also stood to inherit $2 million in the event of his wife's demise. According to friends, Gregory and Susan was on the verge of separation when her life ended. Investigators also found that Gregory only called emergency responders after she stopped breathing. Inexplicably, Gregory also signed a do not resuscitate order when she arrived at the hospital. Days after Susan's passing, Gregory deposited a $180,000 check from her bank account into his own bank account. The check had been issued the night before Susan lost her life. According to a friend of Gregory, he wanted the money because he knew Susan's parents would freeze the account. This meant that Gregory knew Susan would not be alive anymore before it happened. The final piece of evidence came when investigators took a look at Gregory's computer. He searched for information on the internet on how long after poisoning someone using antifreeze it would take the victim to pass away. In 2017, he was finally arrested in connection to the case. Shortly after being arrested, he posted a $250,000 bail and was released. In 2022, Gregory and his legal team pleaded guilty and agreed to a sentence of 3 to 10 years behind bars. He is scheduled to be sentenced on May 10th in the Clark County District Court. On November 17, 1978, a person cutting firewood in Klamath County, Oregon, came across 2 bodies, a young man and woman. Both of them had been fatally shot. Carl Burkhart, who was then a detective for the Klamath County Sheriff's Office, arrived at the scene soon after. Investigators quickly identified the first body as 19-year-old Kirk Leonard Wiseman. The second was identified as 17-year-old Cynthia Lynn Frayer. In the autopsy, it was discovered that Cynthia had been indecently assaulted. Neither of the 2 victims had a connection to the Klamath County area. Then, Chief of Police Dan Tomel was quoted as saying that day, "You could tell whoever did it didn't have much respect for human life, the way the bodies were disposed." Deputies determined that Kirk and Cynthia had been hitchhiking through the area. One of the few items recovered from the scene was a sign that read, "Gay Falls." Police also determined that the 2 had stayed a night at the motel in Rosenberg, Oregon, and was then picked up by a person who claimed to have dropped them off at the Grants Pass restaurant. They also found a letter written by Cynthia, addressed to her mother, which mentioned that she and Kirk had lots of fun in Washington State. That was all the investigators had. They knew who the victims were, but not who had taken their lives. The original evidence bags from 1978 remained locked away in storage throughout the years. By 2011, Detective Nick Kennedy took over the case. He looked through the pieces of evidence for anything that could potentially be analyzed for DNA. DNA was a tool that didn't exist for law enforcement back in 1978, but the technology was becoming better every decade. Later, Detective Geneva Lewis took over for Nick Kennedy. She sent a few items of Cynthia's clothing to the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. From 2011 to 2018, little DNA was found on the items, because by then, they were already more than 30 years old. It was only in 2019 when Detective Dan Towery took over the case that a breakthrough would come. He received a call from Devin Mast, who worked for the crime lab. Devin Mast told him that they finally found DNA belonging to an unknown man that they could use. Devin sent the samples to another lab in Portland, Oregon. They confirmed the presence of a DNA from an unknown male. It wasn't much of a breakthrough, but it was the first one police had in decades. The DNA sample was then entered into the Combined DNA Index System, a nationwide database of DNA samples. Unfortunately, there were no hits. Detective Dan Towery then decided to contact Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon had been vital in solving many cold cases over the last few years. For Parabon to test the DNA sample and help identify the person that took Kirk and Cynthia's life would cost $8,000. Investigators decided it was well worth it if it could bring peace to the families of the victims. Parabon then used genetic genealogy to predict the suspect's ancestry. They used that to produce what they call a snapshot image to show what the man looked like. Parabon also used the DNA to find relatives of the suspect. In 2021, they told investigators that they had a viable suspect, Ray Whitson Jr. Parabon also said that his DNA was found on Cynthia's clothing, indicating that he was definitely involved. Investigators then tried to locate Whitson. They soon learned that he passed away in Texas in 1996. He had no criminal history. At the time of the crime, he lived in Klamath County area, where he worked at a lumber mill. Investigators collected DNA samples from 2 of Whitson's living children. This confirmed that it was his DNA found on Cynthia's body and other pieces of evidence. Whitson's children also confirmed that he owned the same type of weapon that was used at the crime. The area where Cynthia and Kirk was found was also known to be frequented by Whitson. When investigators were confident with their findings, a report was submitted to the Klamath County District Attorney, Eve Castillo, for review. Castillo said she determined that the evidence would be strong enough to prosecute Whitson if he was alive today. If we had just been 10 or 15 years earlier, we would have been able to hold the individual accountable in a way that we now cannot do, said Castillo, tears welling in her eyes. What we have been able to do is bring closure for her family, because when somebody's life is taken and you don't know really what happened, you just know they left the universe in a really awful way. It leaves you with a really huge, hollow feeling. This work has allowed that family to have some degree of peace. The letter that Cynthia wrote to her mother could now finally be given to her, as it was a piece of evidence for all these years. Scott Johnson was born in 1961 in the United States. In 1983, Scott moved to England so that he could study mathematics at the University of Cambridge. There he met Michael Noon. Michael was a musicologist from Australia. The pair fell in love. Then, in 1986, Scott moved to Canberra, Australia on a student visa to complete his PhD at the Australian National University. That way he could be with Michael. On December 10, 1988, a man's body was found on rocks at the foot of cliffs at Bluefish Point in North Head near Manly, Sydney. The man was quickly identified as 27-year-old Scott Johnson. The police initially believed that he took his own life and jumped down the cliff. His family disputed this. They brought up the fact that his clothes were neatly folded on top of the cliff and that his wallet was stolen. One of Scott's professors also said that he had just put the final touches on his PhD. He was hopeful for the future and could have a job at any of the great universities around the world. Something else that pointed to the possibility that Scott was pushed and did not jump was that there were gangs of men who roamed various Sydney locations in search of gay men to hurt. It was only in 2017 that investigators believed that Scott did not take his own life. A renewed police investigation was then launched. In 2018, a $1 million reward for information which could help solve the crime was announced. Scott's brother Steve Johnson, who is a tech entrepreneur, then gave $1 million of his own money to make the reward $2 million. The reward proved to be key to finally solving this cold case. In May of 2020, investigators arrested Scott White in connection to the case. It was announced that someone came forward and told investigators that White was the one that pushed Scott off the cliff. Then, on January 10, 2022, White confessed in court. He took responsibility for taking Scott's life. White is now convicted of the crime and will soon be sentenced. Steve had this to say following the arrest. Suddenly, it was over. This man finally found the soul to confess and put an end to this. My family are all in tears. Investigators are now looking into similar crimes that took place in the 70s and 80s. On October 29, 2007, a man's body was found in a desert area of Stanfield, Arizona, by hunters. He was identified as 37-year-old Arturo Martinez-Altamirano. Thanks to witnesses, investigators quickly identified Oscar Tejeda Mejia as the man responsible for taking the life of Arturo. The only problem was that he was nowhere to be found. For years, the case went cold as they couldn't find him. Then, in 2017, investigators learned that Oscar was living in Mexico. In 2018, a DNA sample was acquired with the help of a person close to Oscar. It was confirmed that he is responsible for what happened to Arturo. It took a few more years for investigators to get Oscar back to the United States. Finally, on January 12, 2022, 59-year-old Oscar was extradited to Arizona and booked into jail. Sheriff Mark Lamb said, "I am impressed by my detectives and their commitment to bring this suspect to justice. When political boundaries threatened to derail their progress, our guys and gals got creative. It is not known yet why Oscar took the life of Arturo." 51-year-old Janet Yeary lived in Kokomo, Indiana. On Thanksgiving Day in 2004, she was preparing food for her family. Later in the day, her family called her many times, but she did not answer. The next morning, on November 26, Janet's daughter Carly Martin went to her house to see why Janet was not responding. She saw that the garage door was open. Then she went inside. She found Janet's body. She had been beaten. Investigators arrived at the scene and was able to find blood belonging to the suspect. It was collected so they could use it later. Detectives from Kokomo Police Department walked door to door in the neighborhood to ask if anyone saw anything suspicious. This led police to a man from Peru named Danny Case. Case had reportedly been dropped off in Janet's neighborhood the night before Thanksgiving. He had no way to get home, so he started knocking on doors in an attempt to get a ride from someone. Investigators found that Case had been wanted in Miami County on a charge of attempting to take someone's life. On January 25, 2005, Case was arrested at Indianapolis International Airport. Frustratingly, before Kokomo detectives had a chance to speak to him, he hanged himself in his holding cell at the airport. Despite Kokomo police believing all signs pointed to Case, detectives were never able to gather enough evidence against him. The blood found at the crime scene was not enough to be used for DNA testing. For 17 years, the case went cold, and some speculated that there will never be closure for the family. Then recently, in 2021, an acquaintance of Case came forward and told investigators that Case once confessed to him that he took Janet's life. Case said that he knocked on the woman's door and asked about using her phone to call for a ride. It's not known why he then decided that it's necessary to end her life. In 2022, investigators met with the relatives of Janet. After a lengthy discussion, the family agreed the case should be closed due to the fact that Case is not alive anymore. On January 14, 2022, it was announced to the public. Kokomo police had this to say in a statement. "We understand this is a difficult time for the family, as these conversations open the wounds that this senseless tragedy left with her family. Our condolences remain with Janet Yeary and her amazing family. We pray for peace for all of you." 23-year-old Jonathan David Rogers lived in Austin, Texas. On August 24, 2018, Jonathan was fatally shot in the chest by an unknown man near Cook Elementary School in North Austin. He was taken to a nearby hospital, but there was unfortunately nothing they could do for him. He was gone. Over the next few years, witnesses came forward and investigators conducted a lot of interviews. They finally concluded that 25-year-old DeAndre Eric Connor was responsible for what happened to Jonathan. A U.S. Marshals-led task force then arrested Connor on January 6, 2022. He was found less than a mile away from the crime scene. Connor was taken to the Travis County Jail, where he is awaiting judicial proceedings. He is held on a $500,000 bond.
Typical kid. He enjoyed fishing. He enjoyed hanging out with his friends. He was all about family. And kid had a big heart. I remember pulling up to my mother's house and seeing all the lights. And I remember the doctor coming out and telling my wife, "Your son didn't make it." We've been living, in this bubble where we're trying to figure out who did this, if somebody was going to ever be caught. We've gone through 4 detectives, cold case detectives, in 4 years, or in 3.5 years. There's no relief in this. It just rekindles bad memories, bad visions. I miss my son every day. And that's hard. Because somebody took something from me. And I can't get it back.
You mentioned in 2018 that you would forgive whoever did this. What's your message to them?
You stole from me. You stole my life. At that time, when we did the first interview, it was, I thought it was the right thing to say. This hurt a lot of people. And my son was, it was my son. And somebody stole his life.
29-year-old Sonia Mejia lived in Taylorsville, Utah in 2006. She was 6 months pregnant. On February 9, 2006, her husband found her body in the bedroom of their apartment. She was strangled. 3 pieces of jewelry were stolen from Sonia: a heart-shaped ruby ring, a diamond ring, and a medallion of Our Lady Guadalupe fastened to a gold chain. On the same day, 2 years later, in 2008, 57-year-old Damiana Castillo was also strangled by an unknown culprit. Her son found her when she did not show up for church. At Damiana's house, the contents of her purse, including her wallet, had been dumped out onto the couch, and her jewelry boxes were disturbed. Damiana and Sonia lived just 1 mile from each other. Because of these similarities between the 2 crimes, investigators believe that one person was responsible. Police found fingerprints at both crime scenes, on a Cheetos bag and a Coke bottle in Sonia's apartment and Damiana's wallet. DNA was also found on the Coke bottle, as well as on the items apparently used to strangle the women. In 2009, investigators determined, using the DNA evidence, that it was in fact one man responsible for taking both Sonia and Damiana's lives. The DNA collected from the crime scene did not match any DNA samples in law enforcement databases, however. In 2016, the Automated Fingerprint Identification System reported a match of the fingerprints found at the crime scenes with Juan Antonio Arriola Murillo. Arriola Murillo had been deported to Mexico in 2008, and documents stated that there is no record of him returning to the U.S. since then. In 2018, investigators announced that DNA also linked Arriola Murillo to the crime. Finally, in 2022, 41-year-old Juan Antonio Arriola Murillo was extracted from Mexico and finds himself in jail. He faces life in prison if convicted. 63-year-old Helen Margaret Brooks lived in Apple Valley, California in 1985. She was a well-liked woman who modeled for Lolo's fashion boutique at the Apple Valley Inn. On July 5, 1985, Helen's friends and co-workers became alarmed after not hearing from her in a few days. They then went to her home in Apple Valley Gardens Apartments. Inside of her apartment, they found Helen's body. She had been strangled. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the scene, but were limited to the DNA technology of the time. Investigators learned that 37-year-old Robert Eugene Wortman met Helen in the days prior to her life being taken, and was in her apartment between July 3rd and July 5th. Wortman was interviewed by investigators. He said that he had no knowledge of what happened to Helen, and denied he went into her apartment. Investigators could not prove that he was responsible in any way, so the case went cold for many years. Over the years, several interviews and polygraph tests were conducted, but it did not bring investigators any closer to solving the case. In 2009, cold case detectives re-examined the case and submitted items for DNA testing. A DNA profile for the suspect was developed, but did not match anyone in the DNA database. In 2021, investigators partnered with the FBI and made use of more advanced DNA technology. Finally, in 2022, they were able to confirm that Robert Eugene Wortman was indeed responsible for what happened to Helen. They found that he had quite an extensive violent criminal history in the years since he ended Helen's life. In August 1985, Wortman was arrested on suspicion of attempting to assault a woman at the Cocky Bull restaurant and bar on Highway 395 in Victorville. In 1991, a jury convicted him of assaulting a different woman at a bar in Apple Valley. In 1995, Wortman passed away while in prison, serving his 22-year sentence. Investigators are sure that he is involved in many other crimes, and it is now being investigated. 41-year-old Rose Marie Moniz lived in Bristol County, Massachusetts. On March 23, 2001, Rose's father entered her home to pick her up for a doctor's appointment. He found her body on the bathroom floor and called the police. Investigators found that her purse was emptied out on the floor and an undetermined amount of cash was stolen. The autopsy report described significant trauma to her head, including skull fractures. The weapons used to inflict the injuries were a seashell, fireplace poker, and a cast iron kettle. Because of the money stolen from her, police theorized that the motive was burglary. There was, however, no sign of forced entry into the home. This possibly meant that Rose knew her attacker. Investigators found DNA on the seashell, but DNA was not advanced enough yet to test it. In 2019, investigators with the DA's office and state police took another look at Rose's case. They figured that because the seashell's spiky exterior made contact with her, then the culprit most likely put his fingers inside the shell to hold it. Authorities then finally found sufficient DNA for them to create a DNA profile. They were then able to confirm that the DNA belonged to David Reed. He is Rose's half-brother. He also served as a pallbearer at her funeral. Officials say that he beat a woman on June 10, 2003, while she was seated in his truck. He then shoved her out of his vehicle, stole her pocketbook, and left her in New Bedford, Massachusetts. The woman pressed charges, and police set out to find Reed. More than a month later, during a police chase, Reed rammed his truck into a law enforcement car, injuring an officer. Cops caught up, but he fled Massachusetts before the trial in 2004. Reed lived on the run for a decade in Florida, Hawaii, and Alabama. In 2015, authorities caught him, but the charges against him had to be dropped because the woman he beat passed away 6 months earlier, and there was not enough evidence against him. He could still be charged with attempting to flee from officers, ramming his truck into a police cruiser, and bail jumping. He was sentenced to 3.5 to 4 years in prison. It was then that his DNA was taken, and why they could later match it to the DNA found on the seashell. In January of 2022, officers arrested Reed for taking his half-sister's life, and they also brought back their case regarding the woman he beat. 35-year-old Helen Cardwell lived in Chicago in 1992. She had recently moved from New Jersey and was due to start work at Lutheran General Hospital. On November 8, 1992, Helen's sister and brother-in-law came to visit her, but when they entered her room at the Leaning Tower YMCA in Cook County, they discovered her lifeless body. She had been strangled. Investigators collected DNA from the crime scene that belonged to the person that took her life. Detectives worked the case until 1993, but the case went cold due to lack of investigative leads. In late 2020, investigators reopened the case. They submitted numerous pieces of evidence to the Northeastern Illinois Regional Crime Laboratory in Vernon Hills. The DNA of those samples matched the DNA of Richard J. Sisto. Sisto lived close to Helen at the time her life was taken. He was on parole for a 1977 assault case in Dallas, Texas. Investigators had trouble finding Sisto after the DNA match in late 2020. Then, in August of 2021, a police database search revealed that Sisto was in jail in Texas on a 2006 parole violation warrant. Cook County detectives then traveled to Texas. There they interviewed Sisto and took a DNA sample. After some more DNA tests, it was confirmed that he was indeed the one that took Helen's life. Sisto was later brought back to Illinois to face the charges against him. It was announced to the public. At the public announcement, Helen's sister, Noka Irvin, spoke. "I'm so grateful they decided to reopen this case, and I just appreciate everyone's effort in solving it." 72-year-old Sisto was taken to the Cook County Jail on November 24, 2021. Frustratingly, he passed away in late January 2022. The cause has not been revealed yet. 21-year-old Pertina Epps lived in Inglewood, California in 2005. On April 26, Pertina's body was found lying in a carport in Gardenia, California. Someone was backing out of one of the 4 stalls in the carport and then discovered her. A medical examiner determined that she had been strangled. Investigators found fingerprints that did not belong to Pertina on her purse. There was also DNA from a man at the crime scene. They theorized that it belonged to the person that ended her life. Technology was not advanced enough for them to identify the culprit. Investigators could not find other useful leads, so the case went cold. In 2021, investigators took another look at Pertina's case. They resubmitted forensic evidence from the crime scene using new technology. This led them to 56-year-old Charles Wright. He was arrested on January 27, 2022. Wright denied involvement in the crime. He said his fingerprints were on Pertina's purse because he sold it to her. According to him, at the time, he was selling purses, tennis shoes, and clothing from the trunk of his car. Wright had a harder time explaining away why his DNA was found at the crime scene. Wright has been working as a teacher since 1999. He said he resigned from Inglewood Unified School District to fight the case against him. This is what he had to say. "I didn't do this. The thing is, everybody that knows me knows that I used to sell bags and clothes out of my car. That's the only possible way it could happen." He said he believes people who purchased bags from him during that time period could confirm his story. County Administrator Erica F. Torres, head of Inglewood Unified, told staff and parents in a letter dated Saturday that the district learned of the accusation the day before and that Wright would no longer be teaching at any of its schools. Wright is scheduled for arraignment on June 28, 2022. Authorities said that anyone with information regarding the case can anonymously contact Crime Stoppers at this number. It is not known yet why Wright did what he did, but investigators did say that they don't believe Wright and Pertina knew each other. "23-year-old Crista Bramlitt lived in New Providence, Tennessee in 1996. She lived in a mobile home and was struggling financially. Crista had 2 very young children who went to live with her mother in Corpus Christi, Texas. Crista stayed behind, hoping to finish her GED program. The area around her became a bad one, experiencing increasing crime rates, including business burglaries and drug-related offenses. Unfortunately, Crista became a victim of the problems facing New Providence. On the afternoon of October 28, 1996, Crista's landlord knocked on the door of her mobile home in Sunnydale Mobile Home Park, just off Peachers Mill Road. Nobody answered. The landlord was concerned, so he looked inside. There, he found Crista's body. She had suffered throat injuries. An autopsy confirmed that she had been suffocated. It was also determined that she was indecently assaulted. Investigators collected male DNA from her body. It was sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's lab so that the DNA profile could be created. The DNA profile was submitted into the combined DNA index system, but no matches could be made. Investigators were only able to confirm that the DNA belonged to a black male. Without any other leads in the case, investigators could not identify the culprit, and the case went cold. It was only on February 13, 2019, that the Clarksville Police Department detective Michael Olray got the news he was waiting for. The DNA in the combined DNA index system matched a man who was living in Phoenix, Arizona. The man is 48-year-old Kenneth Hudspeth. Hudspeth had never come up in the investigation up to this point, and he was on nobody's radar. In April of 2019, Detective Olray interviewed Hudspeth and discovered that he was indeed in Clarksville at the time Crista's life was taken. He moved away from the area in December of 1997. Hudspeth admitted that he knew Crista and said he was the last person to see her alive. As a result of the DNA evidence and this interview, Hudspeth was arrested and charged in connection with the case. Investigators also took a look at Hudspeth's arrest record. They could see that he had been arrested several times on charges like domestic assault and felony assault. He has spent time in Arizona and Texas prisons. This brings up the question, why wasn't his DNA collected years ago? In June of 2019, Hudspeth appeared in Montgomery County Court for the first time based on the charges against him. In September of 2021, the case finally went to trial. Half of the 3-hour interview Detective Olray had with Hudspeth was shown to the jurors. Hudspeth claims that he was doing drugs back then and can't remember if he assaulted her or took her life, but hoped that he did not. It was also released that Hudspeth's DNA was found inside of Crista, on her bra, and on 2 cigarette butts taken from the scene. On September 24, 2021, after 4 days of testimony, Kenneth Hudspeth was found guilty of all charges against him. Then, in January of 2022, 51-year-old Hudspeth was sentenced to life in prison, plus 20 years for his crimes. 9-year-old Daralyn Johnson lived in Nampa, Idaho in 1982. At 8 a.m. on February 21st, she was walking 6 blocks from her home to Lincoln Elementary School. She never made it there. 3 days later, her body was found by fishermen in a drainage ditch alongside the Snake River. She had been indecently assaulted and drowned. Male hair and DNA was collected from the crime scene. In March 1983, police questioned Charles Fain. His hair was similar to the samples found on the body. He owned a car similar to one seen at the crime scene, and he lived a block away from the Johnson family. Fain denied any involvement in the crime. He also passed a polygraph test, but he was charged with the crimes regardless. At Fain's trial, prosecutors also mentioned that a shoe print found near the body could have been Fain's. 2 jailhouse informants testified that they heard Fain admit to committing the crime. Both received reduced sentences in exchange for their testimony. Fain claimed that he was hundreds of miles away at the time of the crime, and his testimony was corroborated by other witnesses. The judge did not permit results of the polygraph test as evidence, and the DNA found inside her body could not rule him out as DNA technology was not advanced enough. On November 4th, 1983, Fain was convicted, and in March of 1984, he was sentenced to death. For nearly 2 decades, Fain sat behind bars in isolation for up to 23 hours a day. In 1991, he was just 4 days away from being executed, but it was pushed back. In 1999, when DNA was a little bit more advanced, it was determined that the hairs and DNA found on Daralyn's body did not belong to Fain, but an unknown man. He was then exonerated. In August 1999, he was released from the Idaho Maximum Security Institution. In 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. In 2020, using genetic genealogy, they determined that 64-year-old David Dalrymple is responsible. The hair and DNA found at the crime scene belonged to him. Investigators found that Dalrymple is currently serving a 20 to life prison sentence for kidnapping and abusing a child in 2004. After some more investigative work and DNA testing, Dalrymple was formally charged with taking Daralyn's life in January of 2022. I am happy to report that Charles Fain is doing well now. He received $1.4 million for the wrongful conviction and recently bought a truck. It doesn't make up for losing nearly 2 decades of your life, but in the end, justice took place as Dalrymple will most likely be given another life sentence, if not the death penalty. "20-year-old Sophie Sergie lived in Pitkas Point, Alaska in 1993. On April 25th, she went to visit a friend of hers at the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. The last time Sophie was seen was when she left her group of friends to smoke a cigarette outside. The next morning, a janitor found Sophie's body in a dormitory bathtub. She had been stabbed multiple times, shot in the back of the head, and also indecently assaulted. Investigators collected evidence from the crime scene, including male DNA from Sophie's body. They also interviewed Sophie's friends and other people that either lived in the dorm or studied at the university that might know something. Unfortunately, investigators were not able to find a substantial lead that would help them find the perpetrator. The case then went cold. In 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. This time, they had more advanced DNA technology to aid them. Investigators took the DNA of the unknown man that was collected from Sophie's body and submitted it into a public DNA database. They were then able to find a relative of the suspect. They believed it was his aunt that they found. She had uploaded a sample to a commercial online genealogy database. The man who they believed was responsible is 47-year-old Stephen Downs. Still, in 2019, investigators executed a search warrant at his home in Auburn, Maine. They collected a DNA sample from him. This DNA sample matched the one collected from the crime scene back in 1993. He was then promptly arrested. Downs' trial began in January of 2022. During the trial, jurors heard from people who were at the dorm on the night of the crime, forensic experts, and law enforcement. We learned that Downs was a freshman at the university in 1993 and lived in the dorm where Sophie's life was taken. Downs' friend and then roommate testified that he owned guns and a large hunting knife, including a .22 caliber pistol. An expert testified that Sophie was shot with a .22 caliber bullet. Downs did not testify at the trial, but jurors heard a recording of his conversation with investigators. He denied knowing Sophie and keeping a gun in his dorm room. In the recording, he also told police that he was with his then girlfriend all evening when the crime took place. The girlfriend testified during the trial that Downs had left the room several times that evening. During closing statements, prosecutor Jenna Gernstein encouraged jurors to remember that Downs' DNA was found at the scene, and that the alternative suspects raised by the defense had been ruled out because their own DNA did not match any found at the scene. The jury deliberated for days before reaching a verdict on February 8, 2022. Downs was found guilty of both charges against him. Jenna Gernstein said, "We are grateful that Stephen Downs was held accountable for his actions after almost 30 years, and hope that Sophie's family and the Fairbanks community as a whole are able to obtain some closure in light of this verdict." Downs' attorney, James Howanick, said that Downs and his team of defense lawyers were disappointed by the verdict and that there would likely be an appeal. "It was a very emotional and difficult case," he said. "Obviously, we continue to believe in the innocence of our client, but we also respect the process and we respect the jury's verdict." Howanick said questions about the genetic genealogy will likely be raised on appeal. The science is relatively new, and Downs is the first man in Alaska to stand trial for a charge that resulted from genetic genealogy. The science is controversial when used by law enforcement because it could infringe on constitutional rights, Howanick said. "A lot of people across the country are watching this case and wondering whether it's going to go up to the Supreme Court, and this could be the opportunity to litigate that," he said. "So we'll see." Downs is being held without bail at the Fairbanks Correctional Center and is scheduled to be sentenced in September. He faces a maximum prison sentence of 129 years. Nine-year-old Marise Chiverella lived with her family in Hazleton, Pennsylvania in 1964. On March 18th, Marise left her Hazleton home early to deliver canned goods to a nun before attending class at St. Joseph's Parochial School. Sometime during her half-mile walk, Marise disappeared. When she was marked absent from school and did not return home for lunch like she normally would, her family called the police to report her missing. That afternoon, Marise's body was discovered 2 miles away from her house in a strip mining pit near the Hazleton Municipal Airport. Her wrists and ankles were bound by her own shoelaces, and her scarf was stuffed in her mouth. She had been indecently assaulted and strangled. Investigators collected DNA belonging to an unknown man from the crime scene. It was collected so that it could be used later. In 2007, investigators used the DNA sample to create a DNA profile of the suspect. It was submitted into the combined DNA index system, but no matches could be made, unfortunately. Investigators did not give up, and every month they would compare the DNA profile to the new entries in the database. In 2019, their persistence finally matched a distant relative of the suspect. From 2019 to 2021, authorities conducted numerous interviews and collected DNA samples from this family. The samples helped narrow in on 4 suspects, but one of them caught investigators' attention because of his criminal history. That person was James Paul Forte. He was not part of the initial investigation in 1964. They noticed that he had passed away in 1980 due to natural causes at the age of 38. With the assistance of the Luzerne County District's Attorney's Office, investigators exhumed Forte's body to obtain his DNA sample. After some more DNA testing, they were able to confirm in February of 2022 he was responsible for taking Marise's life. The chance of another person having this same profile is 1 in 480 septillion. Police stated Forte was arrested in Hazleton back in 1974 on similar charges with a different victim. He was later arrested in 1978 for reckless endangerment and harassment. Police said it may not have been the only crime Forte committed and asked anyone with information to come forward. Marise Chiverella's case was the oldest cold case in Pennsylvania and the 4th oldest case in America to be solved with genetic genealogy, authorities said. Marise's brother, Ronald Chiverella, attended the press conference and had this to say: "Now that we know the individual, it gives us a sense of closure. Not full closure, we'll never have that, but a sense of closure that we know the individual that did it, and that the individual isn't out committing the same crime and hurting other young girls like Marise." Forte lived 6 or 7 blocks away from the Chiverellas. Authorities stated relatives did not know Forte and believed the attack was random. Today, Marise Ann Chiverella would be 67 years old. 30-year-old Roxanne Leah Wood lived in Barron County, Michigan with her husband Terry Wood. On February 20th, 1987, the two of them went bowling. They had gone with two separate cars and left the bowling alley separately again. Roxanne was the first one to leave and go home. When Terry arrived home later, he found Roxanne's body. She was on the floor of their kitchen. Her throat had been slit. DNA belonging to the suspect was collected at the crime scene. Terry became a suspect, but investigators could not find any evidence that he was involved in any way. The DNA found at the crime scene that belonged to the suspect was not his, but DNA technology was not advanced enough to determine who it belonged to then. In 2001, the Michigan State Police 5th District Cold Case Team worked on the case for more than a year, reviewing 3,347 pages of information and going through evidence. Unfortunately, their hard work did not lead them to a suspect and the case went cold again. Investigators then reopened the case in 2020. In February of 2021, investigators received a tip from a credible and reliable source that 67-year-old Patrick Wayne Gilham should be looked into as a suspect. Investigators followed him around. He lived in South Bend, Indiana. In June of 2021, they collected a cigarette butt with Gilham's DNA on it. State police sent the cigarette to their forensic lab in Grand Rapids, where it came back as a match to the unknown DNA found at the crime scene. Police officers then brought Gilham in to be interviewed. He denied going to Michigan other than for work. He said he only knew two people named Roxanne, but neither matched Roxanne Wood's description. Gilham was then shown a photo of Roxanne. He said he did not know her at all. When investigators told Gilham what had happened to Roxanne, his demeanor quickly changed. He began to breathe rapidly, and his hands shook as he was holding them up. He then said he needed to talk to a lawyer, and the interview was terminated. On February 17, 2022, Gilham was arrested in connection to the case at his home on East Bowman Street. An old lady who is the neighbor of Gilham said he shoveled her sidewalk after the most recent snowstorm without being asked. She offered to pay him, but he declined. The lady is surprised, but said it could have been an accident what he did so many years ago. I personally would like to know how someone accidentally breaks into a home, slits someone's throat, and assault them. Gilham's bond is set at $500,000. If he posts it, he must wear a tracker and stay in a residence in Michigan. He'll appear in court for a preliminary examination. Lieutenant Chuck Christensen said, "There's relief that we have an individual arrested for this, but I can tell you that there's a lot of investigative work that will continue from this point." Christensen also said that he spoke with Roxanne's husband Terry and her family last night. He was happy and thankful that this breakthrough has been made. Additionally, he expressed relief. After this Sunday, it will be 35 years since this had happened. He's processing that as well as the rest of her family. "20-year-old Mary Jane Thompson lived in Dallas, Texas in 1984. She had previously lived in Houston and Los Angeles, but decided to move to Dallas in 1983. Mary worked at a florist shop and also a restaurant. She had dreamed of becoming a model. Mary was last seen taking a bus to a medical clinic on February 11, 1984. 2 days later, her body was found behind a warehouse in Dallas. She had been strangled by her own leg warmers and also assaulted. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the culprit from the scene for it to be used later. In 2009, a DNA profile was created for the suspect, but it did not match anyone in the database and the case went cold. In 2018, Dallas police decided to reopen the case. This time, DNA was much more advanced, and they worked with a team from the district attorney's office and the FBI. The DNA profile of the suspect was submitted to the public DNA databases. Then finally, in February of 2021, investigators determined that 60-year-old Edward Morgan's DNA matched the DNA collected at the crime scene back in 1984. Morgan was arrested and is currently being held at the Dallas County Jail. Dallas County Assistant District Attorney Leighton Diatoni said, "Working together, we continue to solve the most difficult cold cases that Dallas has ever seen. I look forward to working with all our local law enforcement agencies. to utilize the advancements in forensic testing techniques to identify, arrest, and prosecute the most dangerous predators hiding among us. We never ever forget about these cases, our victims, and their families. After the arrest, Mary's sister, Selena Tomasello, posted several messages and a montage of family photos on Facebook. "Missing you, sis. On Friday, when I got a call I've been waiting 38 years for. He will be in jail for the rest of his life. He is no longer free as a bird. I know you are looking down." "79-year-old Viola Hagenkord lived alone in an apartment in Anaheim, California in 1980. On February 18, 1980, a neighbor of Viola became concerned about her whereabouts. Viola was often seen walking around the apartment complex, but she hadn't been seen for 2 days. The neighbor stepped inside Viola's unit and found her lifeless body. She had been assaulted and strangled. Over the years, detectives attempted to solve the case, pursuing new leads or bits of evidence, but failed to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. In September of 2020, the case was reopened. This time, investigators turned to genetic genealogy, which has been used to solve hundreds of cases across the U.S. Investigators used DNA found on Viola and compared it with genetic profiles on genealogy databases. This led investigators to 64-year-old Andre William Lepere. He was arrested on April 28, 2021 at his home in Alamogordo, New Mexico, in connection to the case. He is being held without bail at an Otero County jail. It is not believed that Andre and Viola knew each other. Viola's family had this to say in a statement: "Our grandmother, Viola, was a beautiful, happy soul and did not deserve being violated in her final years of life. We are so grateful for the Anaheim Police Department never giving up after 41 years, and that is our message: never, never give up." Lepere was in his 20s at the time of the crime and lived close to Viola in Anaheim, California. Sometime in the 1990s, he moved east. He split his time between Arizona and New Mexico. Lepere worked as a plumber and a truck driver. He married twice and had 2 children. Investigators had not established a motive for the crime. In February of 2022, Lepere was convicted for the crime. He will be sentenced on May 13th. 27-year-old Cynthia Rogers lived in Prince George's County in 1989. She was a biologist and was working on research on Parkinson's disease at the National Institutes of Health. On January 22, 1989, Cynthia left her house to go to the market and purchase items for soup. Later, when Cynthia's family members tried to contact her and failed to reach her, they called the police to report her missing. 5 days after she was last seen, Cynthia's body was found on a dirt path littered with trash in the Forestville, Maryland area. Police knew that locals frequently used the path as a shortcut to the store. Cynthia had multiple blunt force injuries to her upper body and head. She had been strangled. After the autopsy was done, it was determined that she had been assaulted as well. The DNA belonging to the man who committed this crime was taken from her body and stored so it could be used later when DNA was more advanced. In 2018, Detective Bernie Nelson started working on the case. The DNA collected from the crime scene was then used to rule out several suspects. At the time, however, it wasn't a strong enough sample to run through the federal database. The profile that the FBI was able to develop from the sample wasn't strong enough to meet the standards to enter into the database, said Nelson. But it is something we can work with if given the name of someone who we can approach and obtain their DNA and compare it directly to the sample. More recently, with DNA technology that's even more advanced, investigators could enter the DNA sample from the suspect into the FBI database. It matched to James Clinton Cole. Cole had several charges filed against him. This includes a misdemeanor assault in 1984 and a charge of destruction of property just days before Cynthia's disappearance. When interviewed, Cole denied ever knowing or meeting Cynthia 33 years ago. It has not yet been indicated when Cole is scheduled to appear before a judge in the case. He is currently incarcerated at the Western Correctional Institution in Cumberland, Maryland for an unrelated crime. Cole is 64 years old and would have been 32 at the time of the crime was committed. It's not believed that he and Cynthia knew each other. Cynthia's brother, Philip Rogers, had this to say: "The burden has been lifted to a certain point. There will never be total healing because of the incident altogether, but we have some relief. Cynthia's mother, Rosia Rogers, said, "This makes us feel better. My heart is feeling lighter." 18-year-old Anita Knutson lived in Minot, North Dakota in 2007. She was described as a tenacious, kind, and compassionate young woman. She had just completed her first year at Minot State University, where she was studying elementary education. She was working 2 jobs to pay for school and was living in an off-campus apartment with her roommate Nacole Rice. Anita's mother Sharon Knutson last spoke to Anita on Friday, June 1st, 2007. The two were in touch daily. When Anita didn't answer her phone for several days, Sharon asked her husband Gordon to drive from their home in Butte, North Dakota, to Anita's apartment. Gordon attempted to enter the apartment, but it was locked. He then found the landlady and the maintenance worker and asked for help. The maintenance man had recalled seeing a window screen removed and sliced out of Anita's apartment. Gordon went to look for the screen and realized it was from Anita's bedroom window. He looked inside and saw his daughter on her bed. He touched her through the window to wake her up, but when he felt how cold her skin was, he knew she was not alive anymore. Gordon then called 911 to report what he had just seen. Officers arrived at 5:12 p.m. They removed a large housecoat that was on top of her body. It was clear to them that she had been stabbed numerous times. Investigators found a small pocket knife with dried blood on the edge of Anita's bed. Her laptop, cell phone, purse, and digital camera were all in her bedroom. This indicated that robbery was not the motive for the crime. There were no signs that anyone had entered through Anita's bedroom window, where the screen had been taken out. Investigators also determined that the screen was cut after the crime was committed. Sergeant David Goodman from the Minot Police Department said, "I believe the purpose would be to mislead law enforcement, to try and show that this is possibly an entry point." Police questioned Anita's friends, neighbors, and construction workers who were on a job nearby. They also found traces of DNA on the pocket knife and took samples from the people they interviewed. Police then spoke to Anita's roommate, Nacole Rice. Rice said that she was with her family all weekend. Investigators suspected that something was off with Rice's story. Statements given by Rice and her parents were allegedly inconsistent and contradictory. Several of Anita's friends told police that Anita and Rice often fought. They described Rice as hot-tempered and reactionary. Anita's mother Sharon agreed and said Anita was scared of her. She added that Rice allegedly sent Anita threatening messages. Anita planned to move out. Minot Police Chief John Klung said that Rice is a suspect. He received tips about Rice and they were following all leads, but they did not have enough evidence to arrest her. Thus, the case went cold for many years. This year, in 2022, the Minot Police Department began re-interviewing suspects and witnesses. They also partnered with a true crime show called Cold Justice. The program provides additional support and expertise for investigators to help solve the case. During the renewed effort, investigators learned that Rice was dating a man for a few months in 2008 and 2009. According to the man, Rice got belligerently drunk one evening. Rice then told the man that she took Anita's life. The man later tried to ask Rice about the confession when she was sober, but she allegedly rebuffed the questions in anger. On the 16th of March 2022, Rice was arrested at the Minot Air Force Base, where she worked as a civilian. She was taken to Ward County Jail and released the next day on a $120,000 bond. Rice is due back in court on April 21st, according to court records. Minot Police Chief John Klung did not want to provide more details in the evidence that pointed to Rice. "I think the turning point in this case was just really trying to pull all that information together and put it in an order that made sense. It just took a little bit of refocusing and a lot of paying attention to the finer details. My heart goes out to the family. I wish we could have solved this sooner, but at the same time, I'm glad to say that we have the person responsible in custody." 54-year-old Natalie Scheublin lived in Bedford, Massachusetts in 1971. She was married to Raymond Scheublin, the president of the Lexington Trust Bank. They had 2 children, a son and a daughter. On June 10, 1971, when Raymond came home, he found Natalie's lifeless body in their basement. She had been bound and repeatedly stabbed. A gag was found around her neck. It was discovered that her 1969 Chevrolet Impala was missing from their garage. Investigators found the car less than a mile from their home. The car appeared to have been intentionally wiped down to remove fingerprints, but police were able to observe and collect several latent prints from it, including one from the right rear window. Police at the time followed several leads, but unfortunately a suspect could not be identified. Decades passed without an arrest, but in 1999, prosecutors said new FBI fingerprint technology was used. One of the fingerprints on the car matched those of Arthur Louis Massey. When interviewed by investigators, Massey denied any involvement. Later, he claimed that he was solicited by an organized crime associate to take the life of the wife of a banker and to make the crime look like a break-in. He said that he refused the solicitation. Investigators found no evidence that Raymond Scheublin was involved in a plot to end his wife's life. Throughout the years, investigators continued to look into Massey to get enough evidence for an arrest to be made. In 2019, Middlesex County District Attorney Marion Ryan created a cold case unit, trying to solve more cold cases such as Natalie's. Investigators were able to find a woman who said she worked with Massey on a scheme to defraud banks in the 1990s. The woman also provided other critical information. She told investigators that Massey always carried a knife around and bragged that he took someone's life with the knife. That information, along with other facts of the case, was presented to Middlesex County Grand Jury. In March of 2022, he was arrested at his home in Salem, Massachusetts. He was then indicted for the crime and is expected to be arraigned soon, and it will be another step closer to a potential conviction. Bedford Police Chief Ken Fong said in a statement, "I'm hopeful that the arrest in this case will provide some closure and sense of justice for Natalie Scheublin's family, as well as assurance to all in our community who were shocked by this brutal crime." Massey's daughter Candace said that she had not spoken to her father in 30 years. "If it's true, it's absolutely disgusting," she said. "We are really sorry for the family. It is shocking to hear this happen 2 weeks before I was born." Massey has a long record of criminal convictions and prison sentences, has assaulted corrections officers, has twice been convicted of escape, and as recently as 2016 was convicted of violating court orders involving harassment and abuse. 29-year-old Nona Stamey Cobb lived in Cleveland County, North Carolina. She was a widow. Nona had a 3-year-old son named Josh, but lost custody of him because of a drug problem that she had. He went to live with her sister, Vicki Gregory. Nona was last seen on the night of July 6, 1992, at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County when she got into a truck being driven by an unidentified male. The next morning at 6:15 a.m. on July 7th, her body was discovered on the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, North Carolina. She had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators collected male DNA from her body. It would take 3 years before investigators identified a suspect. They interviewed Sean Patrick Goebel. He was a trucker from Asheboro, North Carolina. Goebel denied having any involvement in what happened with Nona. He was, however, later convicted for taking the lives of 3 other women. He was sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 14 years in prison. Of course, this made investigators in the Nona case believe that he was the man they were looking for. Investigators took the male DNA they collected from her body and compared it to Goebel's DNA, but it was not a match. He was then ruled out as a suspect. In April of 2021, special agents with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation Cold Case Investigation Unit and investigators with the Sheriff's Office re-examined the physical evidence collected from the crime scene back in 1992. With the help of Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the founder of Identifiers International LLC, investigators were able to identify Walter Luther Alexander as a possible suspect by matching his DNA profile to the DNA left on Nona's body. Officers with the Diamond Head Police Department in Mississippi arrested Alexander on the 15th of March 2022. He is currently being held in the Hancock County Jail as he awaits extradition back to North Carolina to face the charges against him. The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation emphasized that the investigation into Alexander remains ongoing, and authorities are looking into the possibility that there may be more victims. 29-year-old Diane Dahn lived in Santee, California in 1988. She had a 2-year-old son named Mark. Diane worked at the San Diego Transit Corporation. On May 2, 1988, when she failed to show up for work, a colleague of hers went to her home. The colleague found Diane's body in her bedroom. She had been fatally stabbed. Diane's son was wandering around the apartment complex. Investigators found DNA of a man under Diane's fingernails, and there was also a hair on her hands that belonged to an unknown man. The evidence was collected and stored, so it could be used later when DNA technology was more advanced. Recently, with the help of genetic genealogy, the technology was advanced enough. Investigators were able to use the hair to create a DNA profile of the suspect. The DNA profile was submitted into the public DNA databases. A cold case team then formed a family tree of the suspect. This process was quite exhaustive, as 9 family trees were constructed with nearly 1,300 people connected to the suspect, either through blood or marriage. Finally, it led investigators to Warren Robertson. He was a tow truck driver who lived in the same complex as Diane. It is not known if the two of them knew each other, but both were known to be racing enthusiasts and attended stock car races at the El Cajon Speedway. Robertson passed away in a house fire in Indiana in 1990. He was 39 years old. Diane's now grown son, Mark Bayer, said that he was blown away by how the case was solved. Looking back, some of the struggles you go through is you feel alone because of what you went through. You lost your mother, he said. The answers that my family received is closure, and closure is everything, even after so much time has passed. Diane's younger sister, Victoria Dawn Minter, said she was grateful that the investigators had solved the case. I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this, she said at the news conference. I thought I myself was going to go to my grave not knowing, as well as my mother and father. Shu Ming Tang lived in San Carlos, California in 1993. He immigrated to the U.S. from Taiwan with his wife and children. He opened a mom-and-pop shop called the Devonshire Little Store. On April 26, 1993, police were called when witnesses heard shots being fired in his store. The police found Shu inside. He had been shot. He was rushed to the hospital but did not make it. It was determined that it was a robbery gone wrong. Detectives received information that a woman was seen leaving the store shortly after the shooting. The crime shocked the quiet community of San Carlos and attracted national attention after it was featured on America's Most Wanted. Investigators hoped that useful leads would come in, but that did not happen and the case went cold for some time. In 2018, San Mateo County Sheriff's detectives assigned to the cold case investigations reviewed the case. Then, on March 24, 2022, 61-year-old Reyna Elizabeth Hoffman Ramos was arrested in Dewey, Oklahoma in connection to the case. She lived in the same area as Shu back in 1993, but moved to Oklahoma in recent years. Investigators believe that she acted alone. She has a criminal history according to investigators. She is currently waiting in Washington County Jail, waiting to be taken to California to face the charges against her. San Mateo's County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Jacob Trickett did not want to elaborate on what exactly led to the arrest, but thanked the advancement in forensic technology. Shu's family has been informed that an arrest has been made in the case. San Mateo County Sheriff Carlos Bolaños said the department thanked Shu's relatives for their support, and he hopes the family will finally get the justice and closure that they deserve. "20-year-old Eve Wilkowitz lived in Long Island, New York in 1980. She worked as a secretary in Manhattan. On March 22, 1980, Eve took a Long Island Railroad train home to Bay Shore. After leaving the train station, she still had to walk to get home. Sadly, she would never make it there. 3 days later, her body was found. She had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators collected male DNA from her body that belonged to the person that took her life. It would take many years before investigators were able to use the DNA to identify a suspect, but recently they did just that. They created a DNA profile of the suspect. Then that profile was submitted into public DNA databases. Finally, in 2022, investigators identified the son of the suspect. The son had entered his DNA onto a public genealogical website. Investigators went to interview the son, and he then gave them a DNA sample. After some more testing, investigators were convinced that Herbert Rice was the man they were looking for. The only problem was that he passed away in 1991 due to cancer. Rice was 29 years old at the time of the crime back in 1980. He lived with his mother near where Eve's body was found. Investigators then exhumed Rice's body and had a genetic analysis of his DNA confirmed that he was the one that took Eve's life. In late March of 2022, a press conference was held to announce the update in the case. Eve's sister, Irene Wilkowitz, had this to say at the press conference about seeing the face in a photo of the man who took her sister away. "This is my first time seeing him. I didn't Google him even though I knew his name for a couple months now. I didn't want to see the last face that Eve saw when she was still alive. Prosecutors don't believe that Eve and Rice knew each other. They believe it was simply a crime of opportunity." 61-year-old Patricia Lorraine Barnes lived in Seattle, Washington in 1995. She was homeless and bounced between shelters in Seattle and frequently stayed around the Pioneer Square area. Her friends in the homeless shelters referred to her as the Towel Lady because she often wore a towel or bandana around her head. On August 25, 1995, a passerby found a body in the ditch along Peacock Hill Road in Kitsap County, Washington. The body belonged to a white woman. She was found without clothing and was partially covered by a sleeping bag in the ditch. Her pink curlers were found near her body. She was quickly identified as Patricia Barnes. She had been fatally shot. About 130 individual evidence items were collected at the scene where her body was found. This included a cigarette found nearby, believed to have been used by the culprit, and the sleeping bag. A witness came forward telling police that he last saw Patricia with a 30 to 35-year-old white man. Patricia and the man planned to eat at Courthouse Park and then go to Federal Way. A sketch of the man was then drawn based on the witness's description, hoping that someone could identify him. Investigators believed that Robert Lee Yates could be responsible. He was involved in similar crimes in the area, but no link to him and Patricia could be found. He was in Alabama at the time of the crime. Unfortunately, no useful leads came and the case went cold for a few decades. That was until 2018. Detectives from the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office then decided to reopen the case. Investigators reviewed the evidence and photographs from the scene, re-interviewed detectives previously assigned to the case, and sent the physical evidence to Washington State Crime Lab, as well as 2 private forensic laboratories in Texas and Florida for DNA testing. In December 2021, one of those labs, Othram Inc., provided the name of the man whose DNA matched the DNA on the cigarette and the sleeping bag and a few other items. The man was Douglas Keith Crone. When investigators decided to question him, they realized that he passed away in 2016 due to accidental causes. On February 7, 2022, the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab confirmed that the DNA found at the crime scene belonged to him. Investigators tried to find out if Crone and Patricia knew each other, but haven't been able to do so. Crone had previous addresses in Seattle and Tacoma. He would have been 33 years old when the crime took place back in 1995. Crone has a criminal history in Washington State, including 5 felony convictions. One was a 1984 conviction for first-degree robbery. He was also arrested in 1994 in Pierce County on suspicion of second-degree kidnapping. Kitsap County Sheriff's Office Detective Mike Grant said, "The linchpin in the case for me was that a cigarette butt was found at the body dump location, with the same DNA as 3 items on or within the body." On August 7, 2009, a married couple was walking under a bridge near Lakeside Road in Greenville, South Carolina, looking for wildlife. They then stumbled upon a nude body of a woman in a creek. The woman was quickly identified as 24-year-old Allison Southerland-Craine, who was a Greenville native. An autopsy revealed that she had multiple blunt force trauma injuries. There was no DNA belonging to a possible suspect on her or at the crime scene. There was also no witnesses. Investigators located cell phone records that helped them make a connection between Allison and 38-year-old Jeffrey Phillips. Phillips was a frequent cab driver in the area and had driven Allison around before. Investigators were able to uncover that Phillips owed Allison money. Recently, investigators were able to locate more cell phone records where Phillips revealed he was the one that took Allison's life. Investigators also found that Phillips is currently incarcerated in Sullivan County Jail in Tennessee. He is awaiting trial for taking the life of his roommate back in 2017. His roommate was 28-year-old Timothy France. The two lived in a mobile home park in Tennessee. Phillips got angry with Timothy because Timothy sold methamphetamines to Phillips's girlfriend. Phillips tied Timothy's legs with a towel and then dragged him from the trailer. He then used a rock, garden hoe, and a sink pedestal to beat Timothy. The neighbors called the police. When they arrived at the crime scene, they found Timothy's body and Phillips exiting the trailer wearing only a bath towel. They let Phillips get dressed. When he reappeared, officers noted that there was blood on his shoes. When interviewed, Phillips kept changing his story. In one of the versions, he stated that he lured Timothy outside claiming he needed help assembling a hammock. Phillips allegedly said that he remembered punching Timothy in the face before he blacked out due to his anger and couldn't remember what happened. Back to Allison's case. Investigators have not stated specifically what was said in the cell phone records that led them being convinced Phillips is responsible for what happened to her. Phillips is now awaiting trial for both crimes. Greenville County Sheriff Hobart Lewis said, "This is a prime example of the vision we had for the unit coming to life, to bring resolve and justice for the family and friends who tragically lost their loved ones. It is hard enough to lose someone you love, but having unanswered questions and their case go cold elevates the level of difficulty. I am so blessed to work alongside these dedicated investigators who work tirelessly in their pursuit of justice. We have so much more work to do, but this is another tremendous step in our agency's pursuit of unwavering commitment to solve cold cases." Lewis also said there were still about 90 cold cases in their county dating back to 1967 that they are still trying to solve. Allison's mother, Tammy Morrison, had this to say, "Allison was loved by so many people. She was loved by her daughters, her sister, me, other family members, her uncle Stevie, and a lot of people that's not here that's passed on since this." Allison's sister, Ashley Simmons, also spoke to the media. "We always said from day one that we would never give up on finding who took my sister away, and we never did." "39-year-old Cheri Huss lived in Desert Hot Springs, California in 1994. She had moved there after divorcing her husband Jeff Huss, who lived in Cathedral City, California. They shared custody of their children, aged 14, 13, and 8. By April 1994, Cheri was settling into her new life. It had been 2 months since she divorced Jeff. She found an apartment in the 12,900 block of Parma Drive. On the evening of April 23, 1994, Cheri sent a message to her parents. She told them that someone had been taking photos of her. She also received strange phone calls when the other person would hang up without saying anything. Cheri's parents decided to leave their San Fernando Valley home to check on their daughter. They got an ominous feeling when they arrived there. Cheri's porch light was on and her dog was outside. Her front door was unlocked and her car was parked on the street instead of the driveway. When the couple went inside, they found the unimaginable. Their daughter's partially clothed body was lying lifeless on the floor. She had multiple stab wounds and was also bitten by the person that took her life. Investigators were able to collect saliva from the culprit. It was evident that Cheri fought hard for her life, and there was blood belonging to the suspect at the crime scene too. A DNA profile was created of the person who committed this crime, and it was entered into the combined DNA index system. No matches could be made, unfortunately. Investigators tried to find the person who took the photos of Cheri and the person responsible for the strange telephone calls, but wasn't able to. Over the years, Cheri's parents worked hard to keep her case in the public eye, including the offer of a $50,000 reward. Every few years, investigators entered the DNA profile into the combined DNA index system, but there was never a match. Thus, the case went cold. Recently, with the advent of genetic genealogy, things quickly changed. In February of 2022, the Riverside Regional Cold Case Team was able to use the technology to identify a man as a potential person of interest. That man is 48-year-old Sharon Eugene Gadlin, who lives in Gardena, California. Back in 1994, when the crime took place, he was just 20 years old and lived in Thousand Palms, California, which was 12 miles away from Cheri's apartment. On February 14, 2022, cold case investigators obtained a saliva sample from Gadlin. 4 days later, on February 18th, investigators received confirmation from the State Department of Justice lab that there was a DNA match of the saliva to the DNA profile of the person suspected of taking Cheri's life. He was arrested on March 4th, 2022, when officers pulled his vehicle over at an intersection in Gardena, California. Gadlin had previous run-ins with the police, including a 1999 DUI arrest in San Bernardino County. He was also convicted that year of entering property without consent and public intoxication. It is not known yet if Gadlin and Cheri knew each other and why he did what he did. Riverside County District Attorney Mike Hestron said in a statement that he was hopeful the arrest meant Huss and her family would get the justice they deserve and had waited so long for. 28-year-old Meekiah Wadley lived in Richmond, California in 1999. One evening in January, a neighbor of Meekiah heard screaming coming from her home in the 1300 block of Carlson Boulevard. The neighbor went to her residence and knocked on the front door. The screaming continued for approximately 30 seconds. The neighbor then retreated to his apartment and called 911. Officers found the front door locked, but the back door was unlocked and partially opened. Once inside the home, investigators found Meekah's body on the floor of her bedroom. Her hands were bound together with shoelaces. She had been smothered. A buck knife was located under her body. Investigators were able to find DNA and fingerprints belonging to the suspect at the crime scene. Their initial investigation focused on a man she spent the prior evening with. That person was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. There were no other investigative leads and the case went cold. In 2002, a mixed DNA profile was developed from swabs collected from Meekah's hands and a bloodstain at the crime scene. This DNA profile was submitted to the California Department of Justice to search the offender database. Unfortunately, there were no matches. Then, in 2020, additional DNA testing was requested. This time they focused on the previously untested fingernail clippings and ligatures. A male DNA profile could be developed from Meekah's fingernail clippings. In October of 2020, the DNA profile created by the Contra Costa County Crime Lab was submitted to the California Department of Justice DNA Databank program to conduct a familial search of the state DNA index system. Then, in April of 2021, California Department of Justice and Bureau of Forensic Services and Bureau of Investigation agents presented the results of the requested familial search. The Department of Justice's investigation revealed a person who was a potential first-degree relative of the male suspect, but the relative was ruled out as a suspect. Then finally, with the assistance of the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office, detectives were able to track down an immediate relative in September of 2021. A buccal swab was obtained from the person and submitted to the crime lab. On September 17, 2021, Richmond police received notification that the buccal swab from the relative confirmed that Jerry Lee Henderson is the man whose DNA matched the fingernail clippings from Meekah. Investigators discovered that Henderson passed away due to an overdose just 11 days after he took Meekah's life. Nevertheless, Richmond police hoped the revelation would provide some measure of closure for her relatives. California Attorney General Rob Bonta had this to say: "Over the course of more than 20 years, law enforcement working this case never gave up. It is my sincere hope that this resolution brings the family of Meekiah Wadley a measure of peace. Nothing can ever bring back a loved one, but we're committed to doing all we can to help bring the truth to light in the fight for justice." Acting Richmond Police Chief Louis Tirona added, "It is my hope that this news brings needed closure to all those who knew and loved Meekah Wadley." Some of Meekah's family members also spoke at the press conference. "Answers might not come today, but it will come tomorrow. It's going to come," said Meekah's sister Quila Wadley. "My favorite auntie. She was beautiful, outgoing, and smart. Loved to hang out and have fun," said her niece Davina Peterson. Meekah's family says Henderson was a friend of a friend, but that there were no other relationship besides that. 15-year-old Kenya McClintock and 16-year-old Kevin Drinks met in 1978 in Philadelphia. They were high school sweethearts. He took her to the senior prom at Germantown High, but they broke up shortly after graduation. 2 decades later, in the year 2000, Kenya and Kevin reconnected. Kenya's mom passed away and Kevin stopped by to pay his respects. They got married in 2001 in front of more than 100 people at the Unitarian Society of Germantown Church. Kevin serenaded Kenya while she walked down the aisle. He was a talented singer from a long line of vocalists in his family. In 2011, they bought their dream home in Ronhurst, Pennsylvania. Kevin found work at a furniture store in North Philadelphia as a delivery driver. Just a few months after buying the house, Kenya received a call from Kevin's youngest brother. He was frantically screaming and telling Kenya to get to the hospital. Kenya thought that Kevin might have been in a car accident and raced to Hahnemann Hospital. There, she learned that Kevin had been fatally shot behind the furniture store where he had just started working. It made no sense to Kenya. Kevin was a church-going grandfather who sang gospel music and loved spending time with his family. Who would want to take his life and why? Despite investigators' best efforts, they could not provide any answers to Kenya's questions. She passed out flyers and buttons and t-shirts calling for justice for Kevin Drinks in the area where the shooting occurred. She called her elected officials imploring them for help. Kenya also had to deal with rumors that Kevin was maybe involved with bad people. She also got frustrated seeing more and more cold cases solved while Kevin's remained open. Their dream home turned into a space of painful memories and also fear. As she did not know who targeted her husband, she wondered if she was safe. Kenya then moved. She prayed and pressed officials for answers and then prayed some more. Then finally, in 2018, she got news that she had been waiting for so long. Philadelphia police detective John Verracchio called her. He had been listening to recordings of jailhouse telephone conversations and heard something relevant to Kevin's case. Chad Runnels was accused of taking the life of a 22-year-old man 2 months before Kevin was shot. Chad was worried that a key witness was going to testify against him. He then plotted with 3 other men, Michael Blackston, Samaj Armstead, and Rashawn Combs. They wanted to silence the witness. Instead, they somehow shot Kevin Drinks, the wrong man. Kenya had wanted answers for so long, but when they finally came, they were gutting. In March of 2022, Runnels, Blackston, and Armstead were convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Combs' sentencing is scheduled for June of 2022. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he hopes this case shows Philadelphia that there are a lot of people in law enforcement who consider no case to be permanently cold and who are always trying. Kenya expressed her frustration about the case that went unsolved for so long, but she also praised what she called her dream team. It consists of Assistant District Attorneys Ashley Toxilowski and Christian Wynn, along with Witness Victim Coordinator Kathy Lees. Kenya was quoted as saying, "People can say, oh, that's not really justice because he's not here. He's still gone. But my husband can rest in peace. That's how I look at it." 22-year-old Susan Amy Morse lived in Mesa, Arizona in 1989. She lived alone in an apartment near Country Club Drive and Southern Avenue in Mesa. On October 16, 1989, Susan's body was found in her apartment. She had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the suspect from her body. They also interviewed residents of the apartment building. Some residents said they saw Susan the previous day. This helped investigators to create a timeline. A year later, in November 1990, another crime took place in that apartment building. A 23-year-old woman was assaulted. The man stole her money and a VCR, but fortunately, she survived the attack. Investigators collected DNA from her too, and was able to confirm that it was the same man that was responsible for both crimes. Unfortunately, as DNA was not advanced enough, investigators could not identify the man and the case went cold. Recently, however, with the help of genetic genealogy, investigators could use the DNA collected back in 1989 and 1990 to identify the man. He is 58-year-old Thomas Cox. Cox was arrested in Colorado Springs on April 26, 2022, by the FBI and officers from the Mesa Police Department. He has already been taken to jail in Arizona. The Mesa Police Department is hoping this will bring some answers and closure for the 2 separate cases and their families. Mesa Police Department Sergeant Chuck Trapini had this to say, "Ms. Morse, she doesn't have any family that we know of. Her parents have passed away, but we do have the second victim, which is the victim of the assault. She is still alive, and from what the detective told me, she is so happy that we caught the suspect. Of course, after his arrest, we were able to analyze his fingerprints, the fingerprints at the scene, and we got a hit there as well. So it was a great collaboration between the FBI and the county's attorney's office and the Mesa PD. We can't give enough credit to the detectives that worked this case. We just constantly look for stuff. When there's new technology or new techniques on how to identify a suspect or examine evidence, we buy into that, and we re-examine the evidence as the years go on, and in this particular case, it worked out dramatically. Cox is being held on a $1 million cash bond only. His next court hearing will be on April 29, 2022. Investigators do not believe that Cox knew either of the two victims, but did note that his mother lived right next door to Susan. "37-year-old Lisa Fracassi lived in Honolulu, Hawaii in 1994. She worked as an exotic dancer. Her plan was to save up money to go to nursing school. Lisa was last seen alive during the early morning hours on Halloween of 1994. Then a few days later, on November 3rd, her body was found in her apartment. She had been strangled. Officers from the Honolulu Police Department collected DNA from the crime scene that belonged to the person that took her life. They had just started using a reliable DNA storage method to avoid any contamination that year. In 2020, police gave DNA and fingerprints from the crime scene to the Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company that specializes in providing phenotyping services to law enforcement agencies. As many of you will know, the company has been instrumental in creating profiles that have helped police departments and prosecutors across the U.S. solve cold cases in recent years. Making use of genetic genealogy, they identified Cecil H. Trent as the person responsible for what happened to Lisa. He was 29 years old in 1994 when the crime took place. He lived in Honolulu at the time. He passed away in 2013 at the age of 48 due to a congestive heart failure. After he passed, his fingerprints were taken. One of his family members uploaded their DNA to a public DNA site called GED Match. This is how he was linked to the crime. Lisa's friend, America St. Thomas, had this to say: "She was a caring person, like a nurse who would sit for hours with people who needed help. She wanted to be a nurse and started dancing so she could save up money to go to school, but with a regular job, it's difficult to go to nursing school. Once you get involved in nightlife, it's even harder." Hawaii Pacific University professor Cheryl Sonia used to be a Honolulu Police Department detective working on Lisa's case. This is what she had to say: "It's a wonderful feeling to be able to tell the families you're going to get closure. We know what happened. We know who did this." Local police in Honolulu are currently working on a backlog of cases. In 2018, they launched the Never Forgotten Project in order to deal with numerous unsolved cases. "27-year-old Emma Caldwell lived in Glasgow, Scotland in 2005. She was a sex worker in Glasgow's red light district. Emma was last seen on April 4, 2005. 5 weeks later, her body was found 40 miles away in woods near South Lanarkshire. Investigators collected forensic evidence at the crime scene. They interviewed potential suspects, but no real leads were forthcoming and the case went cold. In 2015, the case was reopened following consideration by senior lawyers in the Crown Office and campaigning by Emma's mother, Margaret. Finally, in February of 2022, a man was arrested in connection to the case. He is 49-year-old Ian Parker. Senior investigating officer Graham Mackey said, "Police Scotland officers have undertaken a significant amount of work reinvestigating all circumstances surrounding Emma's case, following instruction from the Lord Advocate." He added, "This is a complex and challenging investigation, and I would like to thank everyone involved for their efforts in getting us to this point of a man being arrested earlier today." Emma's family, in particular her mother Margaret, have shown incredible resilience and determination, and I would like to pay tribute to that today. We have remained in close contact with them during the investigation, and officers have updated Margaret on this significant development. Solicitor Amor Anwar read out a statement on behalf of Emma as he sat beside her mother Margaret at a media briefing following the arrest. He said that Margaret and her family were truly grateful to the detectives at Police Scotland and the Lord Advocate Dorothy Baines' team, who have worked tirelessly in reinvestigating the case of Emma. He added, "I also wish to pay tribute to Margaret Caldwell, a mother who through the love of a child has never given up in her struggle for justice. The investigation continues and her family would urge anyone with information, no matter how insignificant they might think it is, to please come forward and speak with Police Scotland." 20-year-old Rene Blackmore was an Army private. She was stationed at Fort Benning in Georgia in April of 1982. She was last seen leaving her barracks. A month later, in May 1982, Renee's wallet and sweater were discovered beside a road a few miles from the Army post. Then in June, Renee's body was found on a logging road a few miles away. Investigators determined that someone fatally shot her. Despite an extensive investigation, it took a few decades for investigators to find the person responsible. Then, in April of 2022, investigators announced that 64-year-old Marcellus McCluster was arrested in connection to the case. He is already serving a life sentence for an unrelated slaying. Kimberly Schwartz, who is the Assistant District Attorney of the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit, had this to say, "We know that she didn't get to celebrate her 21st birthday. We don't know who she might have loved or the relationships she might have built, what dreams she might have realized. All of those things got extinguished by a blast from a cheap shotgun, about 2 miles from the middle of nowhere down in South Chattahoochee County 40 years ago. There is no expiration date on that kind of evil." Renee's mother, Donna Reitman, said in a statement that her daughter was a focused young woman who loved laughing and having fun with friends. "I have lived these 40 years always feeling the pain her absence causes," Reitman said, "and believing no one outside of her family and friends even cared. It is with a grateful heart that on March 28, 2022, this belief was shown to be untrue." Investigators haven't said what exactly led to the arrest, but said McCluster had always been a suspect, they just never had enough evidence. The investigation gained new life in 2020 when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation formed a cold case unit made up of retired agents. McCluster is currently awaiting trial. 79-year-old Lucille Hultgren lived in Galt, California in 1988. She was a recent widow, with her husband Frank Hultgren passing away in October of 1987. Lucille and Frank lived in Galt for about 25 years after moving there from Ohio. They had 2 adult sons. On May 23, 1988, 2 of Lucille's friends became concerned. It had been a few days since they last saw Lucille, and she didn't attend church the previous day. The 2 friends entered her residence through a partially open sliding glass door. They then found her body and called the police. Lucille had visible injuries to her chest, and she appeared to have been assaulted. The autopsy confirmed that she had been stabbed and strangled. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the crime scene belonging to the person who took her life. It turned out that investigators would get all the evidence they needed to solve the case, but it would take more than 30 years for the available technology to make sure of it. Thanks to advances in technology, investigators with the Sacramento County Crime Lab got a hit in 2022 when they analyzed the scrapings from Lucille's fingernails, as well as bodily fluid from the bedding at the scene. They identified Terry Leroy Bramble as the person responsible. His DNA was on file from a 1992 assault conviction in San Joaquin County. It was thanks to this separate case that officials managed to link him to Lucille's case. Bramble had been a longtime resident and transient of Galt until he passed away due to natural causes in October of 2011. It was under a bridge at Highway 99, where he had been living for 5 or 6 years. The police said they had no information on a motive. Bramble had not been on their radar as a potential suspect, but he is now. When asked if Bramble could be linked to other cases, Galt police said they were canvassing cold cases in the region for possible links. Galt Police Chief Brian Kolonowski said, "Our hearts go out to the Hultgren family, and although we're unable to bring Lucille back, we hope by identifying the suspect responsible, it can provide some closure for her family. Many people have come forward talking about all the great memories they have of Lucille. One of her neighbors, Sean Jacobs, said, her husband passed away to Alzheimer's, but they were both kind, loving people, and they took in all the neighborhood kids. We were always welcome in their house for cookies and lemonade during the summertime. And I never heard a cross word come from her. She was just very super sweet." Lucille's son, Henry Hultgren, said, "Mom was my champion. I was the baby of the family, and I miss her to this very day." He is 78 years old, almost the same age his mother was when he lost her. 11-year-old Melissa Ann Tremblay lived in Salem, New Hampshire in 1988. On September 11th of the same year, Melissa accompanied her mother and her mother's boyfriend to the LaSalle Social Club at 397 Andover Street in Lawrence, New Hampshire. While her mother and her boyfriend remained inside the club, Melissa played in the adjacent neighborhoods and was last seen by a railroad employee and a pizza delivery driver during the late afternoon hours. When Melissa did not return to the club, her mother got worried. That night, her mother and the boyfriend searched the entire area, but when they couldn't find Melissa, they reported her missing. Melissa's body was found the next day. Someone left her on the train tracks. She had been stabbed as well. Investigators collected evidence from the crime scene. They believe that the person who stabbed her was left-handed. In 2014, when investigators took another look at the case, they found usable DNA samples that belonged to the person who took her life. A DNA profile was created, but did not match anyone in their database. It would still be a few more years for DNA technology to be advanced enough to identify the suspect. That time would finally come in 2022. 74-year-old Marvin McClendon Jr. was arrested at his home in Bremen, Alabama on April 26th. He was taken to a jail in Massachusetts to face the charges against him. Prosecutors said that DNA evidence found in 2014 on Melissa led investigators to McClendon's family. They obtained DNA samples from some, including Marvin. He was the only left-handed family member, and as you'll remember, investigators long believed a left-handed person committed the crime. After some more DNA testing, it was confirmed that Marvin McClendon took the life of Melissa. He also had ties to Lawrence and a van that looked like the one witnesses saw Melissa near on the day that she disappeared. He frequented numerous establishments in Lawrence near the club where Melissa was last seen. He lived in Chelmsford, Massachusetts at the time and worked as a carpenter. McClendon is also a retired Massachusetts Department of Corrections officer. He worked for the department on 3 separate occasions from 1970 to 2002. When he retired in 2002, he moved to Alabama. A Lawrence District Court judge ordered McClendon to be held without bail. He'll have a dangerousness hearing on June 17, 2022. A dangerousness hearing is when the prosecution requests a judge to hold a defendant without bail for up to 120 days. If you lose a dangerousness hearing, you will be locked up in jail without being convicted of anything. It will not feel like you are still presumed innocent until proven guilty. Melissa's family released a statement expressing their relief that there has been an update in the case, and frustration that some of the family are no longer alive to see justice served. This is what Danielle Root, one of Melissa's family members, had to say. "We never thought that after 33 and a half years, we would finally see someone arrested and facing a judge. While we know there are many more steps, we are very confident that the district attorney's office will be just as vigilant in prosecuting this case as the detectives have been for all of these years in finding Marvin McClendon. There have been so many emotions since the end of April when we were contacted about the arrest. They have gone from excitement to sadness to frustration, and really all over the place. We are excited to see him in jail, but very sad my aunt, grandfather, and other family members are no longer alive to see him facing justice. Our family looks forward to seeing this case go forward to the grand jury for indictment, and then onto the Superior Court to see justice finally served." Melissa's friend Sherry Carnignon was in court for McClendon's arraignment and said this: "I was 10 years old when this happened, so you imagine a person in your head and what they could look like and who they could be, and you look and see a frail old man. You took the life of an 11-year-old girl, and then you went on for another 33 years walking free, and where's she? In a grave. It is unclear whether the suspect and victim knew each other, but the odds are it was a crime of opportunity. There is no information leading investigators to believe McClendon was involved in any other crimes, but it is being investigated." Barbara Callow grew up in Toronto, Canada. She graduated from the University of Guelph's Veterinary College with her master's degree. Barbara then worked as a researcher for a few years before being hired by the federal government in 1992 as a meat inspector. She then moved to veterinary biologics and was promoted to the science branch to advise on animal health issues. Barbara was an avid gardener, bicyclist, art enthusiast, and birdwatcher. She loved to travel and excelled in her career, where she came across to colleagues as a brilliant, adventurous go-getter. In 2005, 45-year-old Barbara decided to see the desert wildflowers bloom in Arizona. She left her home on March 25, 2005, traveled to Abbotsford, British Columbia, and then to Las Vegas, Nevada, where she rented a car on March 26th. Barbara then drove to Yuma, Arizona, where she spent the day. She then drove to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and checked into a motel called the Windsor Inn Motel on April 2nd. She used the room as a base for day trips. Barbara was last seen alive by staff at about 8:40 p.m. on April 4th. Thereafter, she called her mother, Bridget Kahlo, in Toronto, to say that she was planning to stay another day in Lake Havasu before driving to Las Vegas to fly home. Her body was found by a housekeeper shortly before noon the next day on April 5th. An autopsy revealed that the cause was asphyxiation after being smothered by a pillow. No weapons were found in the room. Barbara's purse, credit cards, cell phone, identification, rented car, and the pillow were missing. The stolen car was found 2 days later abandoned along Interstate 15 in California's Mojave Desert. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene and stored it for future use. At the time, Lake Havasu Police Lieutenant Joe Archie said it was believed that Barbara had confronted someone trying to break into her rental car. "It's possible she knew the person, but most likely not," said Archie. "We think it was just kind of a situation where she was in the wrong spot at the wrong time." In 2018, Lake Havasu's Police Department's Cold Case Squad and its Criminal Investigations Unit began reinvestigating the case. They submitted the DNA evidence found at the crime scene back in 2005 into DNA databases. Finally, they identified 60-year-old Stacy Childs as the man responsible. He was arrested on April 26, 2022. He is a Santa Cruz, California resident. Childs has a long history of run-ins with the law. Among the charges of which he was found guilty in California were a 2018 misdemeanor for threatening to injure someone, a felony conviction for receiving stolen property in 2012, a felony conviction for evading a peace officer in 2005, and a felony conviction in 2004 for false imprisonment. On the latter two charges, he was sentenced to serve more than 2.5 years in San Quentin State Prison. He has now been taken to a jail in Arizona and is awaiting trial. "42-year-old Stephanie Thompson lived in North Charleston, South Carolina in 1998. She had 3 children, Dylan, Polly, and Ricky Thompson. On December 21, 1998, Stephanie's body was found approximately 20 feet into a wooded area off Franchise Street in North Charleston. Her body was discovered by a hunter who was looking for a place to squirrel hunt. Investigators found her lying face up on the ground, and her clothing below her waist had been removed. Investigators collected DNA evidence belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. A witness came forward saying that they saw Stephanie the previous evening with a man leaving a trailer on Franchise Street. The witness was able to provide a description of the man that led to a composite sketch. Investigators questioned a few suspects, but it didn't lead anywhere and the case went cold for some time. Recently, the case was reopened. Investigators knew they had a good DNA sample. It was sent to a private genetic genealogy testing company. The results of that test narrowed the search field. Finally, they identified 43-year-old Charles Goodwin as the man responsible. The match was made on December 10, 2021. He was arrested in Greenville, South Carolina on March 28, 2022. His DNA was in their database because he had been arrested in an unrelated felony DUI case. Investigators did not say whether they believe Goodwin and Thompson knew each other, but the warrant also alleges that Goodwin provided false and misleading information about his involvement in the case during interviews. When investigators told Goodwin why he was being arrested, he just said, "Okay," as if he was expecting it. Goodwin was taken to Dorchester County Sheriff's Office and is being held at the LC Knight Detention Center after a bond hearing during which a judge denied bond. 19-year-old Cara Nichols lived in Colorado Springs, Colorado in 2012. She was an aspiring model. On October 9, 2012, Cara left her home to go to Denver. She told her friends she was traveling for a photo shoot. When no one heard from Cara, her brother Terry Nichols reported her missing 5 days later on October 14th. In the years since she disappeared, investigators had leads that spanned the US and Europe and issued dozens of search warrants. Recently, a key witness for investigators told them that a man by the name of Joel Hollendorfer confessed to taking the life of Cara. According to the witness, Hollendorfer and Cara met because she was advertising escort services. For an unknown reason, he decided to strangle her. Recently, Hollendorfer's property in Black Forest, Colorado was searched. Cara's remains were found buried there. In February of 2022, Hollendorfer was arrested in connection to the case. Investigators have not yet revealed more information than that. His hearing will be on September 15, 2022. 35-year-old Joy Hibbs lived in Croydon, Pennsylvania in 1991. She was married to Charlie Hibbs. They had 2 children, Angie and David. On April 19, 1991, when 12-year-old David came home from school, he found the house ablaze. He ran for help, knowing that his mother was most likely inside. Firefighters found Joy's body in David's room. Initially, police believed she passed away in an accidental house fire. They found 4 gas burners on the kitchen stove that were turned on and ignited. When the autopsy was done, investigators determined that she was deceased before the fire was set. Police discovered what was later found to be a computer cord wrapped around Joy's upper torso. The autopsy determined she had been stabbed 5 times, strangled, and badly beaten. The autopsy also showed what would turn out to be an important detail. Joy Hibbs had smoked marijuana the morning of the fire. It'll make sense later on why this detail is important. Investigators quickly concluded the fire was set to destroy evidence of the crime. And authorities said it was largely successful, as much of the forensic evidence police would hope to find was destroyed. The fire marshal found 4 areas where the fire started, and in at least one spot accelerant was likely used. Without the forensic evidence, Bristol Township Police dug into Joy's life, creating a working timeline for when her life was taken and the arson. She left a paper trail showing her moves on the morning of the fire. She cashed her paycheck at a bank and went grocery shopping, which was her normal Friday routine. She then came home around 11 a.m., and a neighbor reported seeing her walking the family's new puppy named Major. 2 people from the Ben Salem Baptist Church, where Joy attended Easter services, dropped by to talk about joining the congregation sometime after 11 a.m. They left before noon. It was shortly after 1 p.m. when David returned home from school to find the house on fire. Joy's wallet was later found in the cushions of the living room couch, but it was empty, though she had cashed her check hours earlier. Her purse was found on the kitchen floor, with its contents dumped out. This implied that robbery could be the motive, but it didn't quite make sense to investigators. Taking someone's life in such a vicious way and then set the house on fire for just a few $100s. Police interviewed her employer, friends, neighbors, and family, but found that everyone who knew her seemed to love the mom that grew up the youngest of 9 children in Central Florida. She camped, hiked, fished, grew vegetables, and loved making fried okra. Since many crimes of this nature are usually committed by the spouse, Charlie Hibbs was of course looked into. There was no sign of trouble in their marriage. Joy and Charlie were high school sweethearts. They celebrated their 18th wedding anniversary less than a week before her life was ended. Charlie also had a solid alibi. He was on a job site in Philadelphia, something coworkers confirmed. The only thing out of the ordinary that day was a dark-colored Monte Carlo parked 3 feet from the curb near the Hibbs home. A neighbor who noticed the vehicle later reported it to police, telling them it was unusual for a car to be parked directly in front of the Hibbs' home, which was at a T intersection. Robert Adkins soon became a suspect in the case. He sold marijuana occasionally to Joy. He owned a Chevy Monte Carlo. As you'll remember, Joy smoked marijuana on the morning of the fire. With a car similar to his seen in front of her house, this likely meant Adkins was at the scene around the time of the crime. Investigators learned that Joy and Adkins had argued over the quality of the drug he sold her, and Atkins refused to refund the money. While investigators believed it was possible that Atkins was involved, they couldn't prove it. The case made the rounds around Bristol Township police detectives over the years, until it was assigned to Bristol Township Detective Michael Slaughter in 2014. He dug into the reports and re-interviewed investigating officers and witnesses from 1991. Slaughter also determined that Robert Atkins and his then-wife April were persons of interest. When Slaughter had shown up for a surprise interview with April Atkins in 2014, she told him that Bristol Township Police had never interviewed her about her ex-husband, despite his alibi that placed the couple together in the Poconos with their children the weekend of Joy's demise. April Atkins told Slaughter that she and her husband and children were in the Poconos that weekend, and when they returned they heard about what happened to Joy. The Bristol Township detective interviewed Robert Atkins 2 days after he spoke with his ex-wife in 2014. During that interview, Robert Atkins admitted to being a confidential informant for Bristol Township Police Department at the time of the crime, and that he had been a methamphetamine user and got the drug for other people, though he didn't consider himself a dealer. He also admitted to the dispute over poor quality marijuana with Joy, but denied threatening her or her family. He just simply couldn't give Joy a refund, he told the detective. Atkins claimed he had left Bristol Township around noon the day of the fire for a weekend trip to the Poconos with his wife and children. He said he could provide an alibi too, telling Slaughter a lady, later described as a co-worker of his wife, could confirm his whereabouts in 1991. Atkins also said that Bristol Township Police checked the hotel where he stayed at in the Poconos, and that cleared him further. More than a year later, in a December 2015 interview with Slaughter, former Chief Tom Mills confirmed that in 1991, Atkins was a confidential informant for the police purchasing methamphetamine and marijuana. Mills told Slaughter that he interviewed Atkins for the first time 2 days after the crime in 1991, when he was asked by a lieutenant to deliver a message to Atkins to contact police before his name came up in the investigation. Mills and Detective Al Eastlack, who was Atkinson's handler, went to Atkinson's apartment, but he wouldn't let them inside. Mills said he noticed a dark-colored 70s vintage Monte Carlo in the apartment complex parking lot. In 2016, April Atkins showed up at the Bristol Township Police Station on a Sunday. She wanted to tell Slaughter, whose business card she saved, what really happened the day Joy Hibbs lost her life. She said that day, her ex-husband showed up at the home covered in blood. He confessed he had stabbed someone and set the house on fire. He ordered her to call out of work and pack up their kids. The family fled to the Poconos for 2 days. April Atkins, who at the time shared a young child and baby with her husband, learned about Joy Hibbs only after the family returned, she told police. April Atkins said she didn't tell police what she knew when Slaughter first interviewed her in 2014, because she feared for her third and youngest child's safety because he lived with Robert Atkins at the time. Another 5 years would pass before Bucks County detectives would speak with Robert Atkinson's alleged alibi, a former co-worker of April Atkins, who provided Robert Atkins with what authorities now say is a fake alibi. The woman told investigators in 2021 that police interviewed her in June of 1991, 3 days after Robert Atkins shared her contact information with them. The woman told police she called the Atkinsons' home between 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. on April 19, 1991, and Robert Atkins answered the phone. In May of 2022, 56-year-old Robert Atkins was charged in connection to the case. He was arraigned by Judge Frank Parenteau Sr. in Bristol and ordered to Bucks County Correctional Center without bail. The Bucks County District Attorney's Office held a news conference with DA Matt Weintraub, saying it was a gratifying day, when he could bring closure to the Hibbs family with an arrest. In a statement read on behalf of the family by Weintraub, Joy Hibbs was described as a sweet, charming Southern girl, and a loving and devoted wife and mother. For 31 years, our family has been haunted by this tragic loss, knowing, without a doubt, that Robert Atkins was the perpetrator, the statement read. Our family has waited 31 years for justice to prevail. Authorities continue to investigate, and anyone with information should contact either Detective Hanks at 215-348-6056 or Sergeant Slaughter at 215-785-4040. On July 2, 1996, a man's body was found in a room at the Prince Murat Motel in Tallahassee, Florida. The man was 44-year-old James Bronner. An autopsy determined that he had been asphyxiated. James was a laborer who worked odd jobs around town. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. In 1996, DNA technology was not advanced enough to identify the suspect, so the case went cold. In 2020, Tallahassee Police Department detectives reopened the case and used new forensic technology to analyze the DNA found at the original crime scene. Investigative leads were developed with the help of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia company that provides DNA phenotype services for police. Detectives eventually developed enough probable cause to arrest 71-year-old Alan Lefferts in connection to the case. His DNA matched the suspect's DNA found at the crime scene. Lefferts was picked up at his home in Jacksonville, Florida, with assistance from the Baker County Sheriff's Office. Tallahassee Police Department Deputy Chief Jason Larson said in a statement, "Solving a case that occurred nearly 26 years ago speaks volumes to the dedication and great collaborative effort between our state and local law enforcement partners. Our detectives and forensic specialists work tirelessly every day to seek justice for victims and ensure those responsible for crimes are held accountable. We're hopeful this arrest will bring some level of closure to the victim's surviving loved ones. As Lefferts did not confess, we don't know why he took the life of James Bronner." 22-year-old Christopher Hervey lived in Santa Ana, California in 1996. His girlfriend, Jade Benning, lived with him, and she was also 22 years old. At 3 a.m. on January 4th, 1996, Jade called 911. She said that a man broke into their apartment and fatally stabbed Christopher. According to her, she suffered a minor cut to her right hand when she struggled with the intruder. A witness also told police they saw a man running from the apartment building. Investigators discovered Christopher's body with multiple wounds to his chest. They couldn't find the weapon anywhere. Neighbors told police how they heard a loud argument taking place shortly before Christopher was stabbed, lasting for around 15 minutes. Investigators continued to work the case, but their leads went cold until an anonymous letter arrived in January 2020 that implicated Benning in the case. A cold case detective believed there to be enough after following up on the case and obtained a criminal complaint from the Orange County District Attorney's Office together with a warrant for Benning's arrest. 48-year-old Jade Manda Benning, who now lives in Austin, Texas, was arrested on May 3, 2022, near her home after an investigation that involved forensics. Agents from the U.S. Marshals Lone Star Fugitive Task Force arrested her. Detectives from the Santa Ana Police Department were also present to witness Benning being apprehended. She had been extradited to California to face the charges, and she is being held on a $1 million bail. We don't know exactly what led to the arrest, but we do know that evidence against her includes something police found when they executed search warrants in Austin, Texas in June 2020. Benning is currently in Orange County Jail. Her arraignment is scheduled for June 8, 2022. Armand and Lorraine Pelletier lived in Frenchville, Maine in 1985. It is a small town near the Canadian border. On December 7, 1985, Armand heard their Siberian husky named Paka pound on their door. He went to look and could not believe what he saw. At first, he thought it was a rag doll in the dog's mouth, but then realized it was a frozen little baby. The child was Caucasian, female, and still had her umbilical cord attached. Armand immediately called police. Detectives were able to track the dog's path to about 700 feet from their home, where the baby was born in a gravel pit. It was determined the baby passed away from the cold she was left in and not from being carried home by Paka. Investigators couldn't find any sign of the woman who delivered the baby, just blood and placental material. They collected DNA from the scene and stored it so they could use it later. No one in the town knew who the woman could be, so the case went cold. In 2020, Detective Jay Pelletier was working at the Maine State Police Unsolved Homicide Unit and decided to take up the case. He was quoted as saying, "Having been from the area, I remember the media coverage initially. With the addition of DNA and genealogy information, we felt that this was a case that could be worked on at this time. Detectives worked alongside Identifiers International to identify 58-year-old Ann Daigle as the mother of baby Jane Doe. Police say that Leanne was 21 years old when she went to the gravel pit in Fitchville, Maine to deliver the little baby girl. On June 13, 2022, Maine State Police traveled to Lowell, Massachusetts to arrest Ann Daigle, formerly known as Leanne Jarrett. She is currently being held without bail at the Aroostook County Jail in Holton, Maine, and has pleaded not guilty. Police interviewed Leanne's ex-husband, John Daigle. They asked him if she had been pregnant when they met in the summer of 1985. John was a 23-year-old college student, and the two met at a July 4th celebration, 5 months before she gave birth. John was stunned when he learned about the baby, because he did not know she was pregnant back then. He said, "I fell to the floor. It shocked me that she had delivered a baby all by herself at minus 30-degree weather, drove herself home. I'm sure she bled." John was also told that the DNA showed that he was not the father of the baby. The man who was the father lives in an assisted living facility in Florida and cannot communicate anymore. John told police that Leanne is a survivor of childhood violence at the hands of her alcoholic father. He also said he now wonders if Leanne feared that he would end the relationship and leave without her for the new life they had begun planning in New Hampshire if he knew about the pregnancy. In an interview with the Press Herald, he also said that he would have wanted to raise the baby had he known about it. "She was protecting the relationship I had with her because she thought I would have dumped her lickety-split." Leanne told her daughter Kristen that she believes she may have been assaulted on the night of her 21st birthday, which was 9 months before she gave birth. She has no memory of the night at all. Leanne said that she was unaware that she was pregnant in 1985. Leanne told Kristen that she was driving home from work, felt a strong urge to urinate, and then gave birth to a baby she believed was not alive anymore, on the side of a road near a gravel pit. Kristen said, "My mom thought it was a stillborn. It didn't cry, it didn't move. To her, the baby was not alive. So to her, it was some freak miscarriage and something that she wanted to leave in the past. People have miscarriages all the time." Police are asking anyone with information they believe may be relevant to the investigation to call Maine State Police at 207-532-5400. "30-year-old Cheri Herrera lived in Tulare, California in 1993. She was a mother of 4. Cheri was a prostitute and a known drug user. She was reported missing by her family members on March 25, 1993. 5 days later, on March 30th, Cheri's body was found on the Hayfield Road on-ramp to the I-10 in Desert Center. It is a rural area situated between Los Angeles and Phoenix. Cheri had been assaulted and strangled with a belt. There was also a bite mark on her body. Investigators collected all the DNA evidence they needed. The DNA samples were entered into the FBI's Combined DNA Index system in 2002. Then, in 2004, DNA from a different cold case was also submitted into the Combined DNA Index system. The case is that of Shenda Denise Hayes. She is from Titus County, Texas. Her body was found in April of 1992. She was assaulted and strangled with a device made of wire and cord in a manner to control the victim. Her body was discovered near an I-30 rest area in Mount Pleasant, about 100 miles east from Dallas, Texas. Shenda is also a prostitute like Cheri. When DNA of her attacker was entered into the CODIS in 2004, investigators realized that the same man was responsible for taking Shenda and Cheri's lives. Even though they could come to this conclusion, DNA technology was not advanced enough to identify the unknown man. They could only determine that he was African American and most likely lived in California or Texas. Recently, in September of 2020, Texas and California officials worked together and ultimately conducted genealogy research in the matching of DNA found at both crime scenes. In May of 2022, 67-year-old Douglas Thomas was identified as the person responsible for taking the life of Shenda Denise Hayes. He was arrested at his home in Waco, Texas. After his arrest, officials with the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team traveled to Texas to question Thomas about Cheri's case. After DNA testing, it was confirmed that Douglas Thomas was indeed responsible for taking the life of Cheri Herrera as well. Thomas is currently in McLennan County Jail, where he is being held on a $2 million bond. He will first face prosecution in Texas, then he will be taken to California to face the charges against him there. Thomas was a truck driver for over 40 years. He traveled extensively around the U.S. and only recently retired. Investigators are definitely looking into the possibility that he is involved in other unsolved cold cases. Authorities in California are asking anyone with information about the case to contact Riverside County Regional Cold Case Homicide Team at 1-951-955-2777. Cheri's son Adrian, who was only 6 years old when his mother's life was taken, had this to say following the arrest. "I don't know if I really believed it, because it's like, man, this has been so long. I remember coming home from school, and my stepmom told us the news what had happened. Me and my sister were there. Obviously, we started bawling our eyes out." Melissa Rakuba lived in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania in 2013 with her husband Bruno Rakuba. On August 6, 2013, Bruno called 911. He told the operator he shot Melissa in the head inside their home, but claimed it was an accident. Melissa was taken to the hospital, but sadly succumbed to her injuries 4 days later. At first, Bruno was saying that they were fighting, but it was simply an accident. Then later he said he was playing with the gun and it went off. According to the police, Bruno changed his stories 7 times in just the first 24 hours. Investigators looked at surveillance footage depicting a heated argument between Bruno and Melissa. Authorities also learned about a family inheritance Melissa's mother won at a casino in Atlantic City for $1.5 million. This was seen as a potential motive. Despite investigators believing Bruno meant to fatally shoot Melissa, they did not have enough evidence to charge him. Recently, Pennsylvania State Police reinvestigated the case. Melissa's sister and daughters told the police that Bruno had pulled a gun on Melissa inside their home on previous occasions. Investigators also learned more about the $1.5 million family inheritance. The remaining payouts of those funds was supposed to be split between Bruno and his 2 daughters. Police learned that Bruno has been stealing over $100,000 of those funds from his daughters since 2013. Investigators also used new technology to prove that Bruno meant to shoot Melissa. They didn't elaborate as to what the new technology is. 56-year-old Bruno Rakuba was arrested on June 3, 2022. He was charged with taking the life of Melissa and theft. Trooper Robert Urban had this to say, "When it comes to investigations that are open, we always investigate them and try to uncover new leads." Well, in this case, we interviewed more people. We used different technology, different audio devices to make other interviews clearer. In the past, we've, through more investigatory leads, we've seen the stories have been changed and the counts of what Bruno said then we found to be, dishonest and prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's great when you can have closure with a case like this. You have a lot of family members and everything else will make sense about what deep down they may have thought would have happened, but they were never sure. Now we're actually able to investigate this the whole way and prove Mr. Rakuba as being guilty. And I think this adds closure to the family members and friends in the community. On December 8, 1993, a homeowner in Choctaw County, Oklahoma, discovered human remains in her backyard, so she called 911. Deputies with the Choctaw County Sheriff's Office responded to the home. They contacted Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation and requested assistance in the investigation. An autopsy performed by doctors in the Oklahoma Chief Medical Examiner's Office determined that the remains belonged to a male baby. It was also determined that the baby had been born alive. The medical examiner ruled that the baby boy's throat had been slashed. Investigators conducted numerous interviews after the discovery of the baby's body, but the case went cold. Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation agents obtained and stored DNA evidence from the scene for possible future use. In 2020, law enforcement took another look at the case, trying to finally identify the boy. They submitted the DNA evidence they had collected to Parabon Nanolabs. As many of you will know by now, Parabon specializes in providing phenotyping services to law enforcement agencies. The results from Parabon Nanolabs came back in April of 2021. After reviewing the results, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation team began pursuing new leads. That led them to 53-year-old Mayonia Michelle Allen. On Wednesday, June 15, 2022, an Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation agent met with Allen at the Durant Police Department in Oklahoma. During the interview, Allen agreed to submit samples of her DNA to be tested to determine if she was the biological mother of the baby doe. Shortly after providing the DNA sample, Allen admitted that she was in fact the biological mother. During a follow-up interview a few days later, Allen confessed to cutting the baby's throat shortly after his birth. At the time, Allen worked at a daycare center. According to investigators, she said that she did not tell anyone about her pregnancy or delivery. She also told no one what she did to the baby. Allen was booked into the Choctaw County Detention Center and is being held without bond. It has not been made public yet why she did what she did or who the father is. Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation Director Ricky Adams said in a statement, "The synergy between our agents and criminalists to solve cold cases, especially those with an unidentified victim, is to be applauded. Identifying the use of genetic genealogy as a tool and the work of Parabon and our internal genealogy specialists provided significant leads in this disturbing case. Baby Doe can now be properly laid to rest, and Allen will be held accountable." 22-year-old Rashid Young lived in Pottstown, Pennsylvania in 2019. Pottstown is about 40 miles northwest of Philadelphia. He shared the home he lived in with his boyfriend, Keyshawn Sheffield. Keyshawn was 17 years old at the time. Rashid vanished on August 19, 2019. Shortly thereafter, his family and friends received text messages from his phone cutting ties with him. Just over a month later, unidentified and decomposing remains belonging to a male were discovered by a landscaper at the Aubrey Arboretum in the Philadelphia neighborhood of Germantown. At the time, a post-mortem examination was unable to identify the victim. Keyshawn reported Rashid missing in December 2019, 2 months after he had been last seen. The link between the body found and Rashid's disappearance was unfortunately not made initially. For more than 2 years, the body remained unidentified. Montgomery County investigators recently increased their efforts in finding Rashid. His family also hired a private investigator to look into his disappearance. The investigation found through the use of a confidential informant, cell phone records, and other investigative means that Rashid had been dating Keyshawn for 2 years by the time he disappeared. Investigators had not known about Keyshawn before this. Investigators then went to interview Keyshawn Sheffield. He just told them he was no longer in contact with Rashid after a fight they had. Investigators believed he wasn't telling them everything he knew, so they continued investigating. A witness finally came forward saying that he helped Sheffield dig a hole at the Aubrey Arboretum for Rashid's body. Investigators had to make sure there's truth to his story. They were able to confirm that the unknown man who was buried in the Arboretum was in fact Rashid. Now they had to see if Sheffield really was responsible. They found that Sheffield made numerous withdrawals from Rashid's $2 million trust fund. He was also driving Rashid's car. Investigators also found that the messages to Rashid's family and friends cutting ties actually came from Sheffield. Even more damning, investigators discovered that Sheffield flooded Rashid's house to get rid of possible evidence. On June 1st, 2022, Keyshawn Sheffield was arrested at his home in Philadelphia in connection to the case. Sheffield is in custody at the Montgomery County Detention Facility. He's being held without bail. Investigators gave a summary of what took place in their press conference. According to them, Sheffield fatally stabbed Rashid at his home on August 19, 2019. He then later intentionally flooded the home to destroy evidence. Sheffield stuffed Rashid's remains into a recycling container. He transported the container to his mother's house. Sheffield then contacted the witness, and the two of them buried Rashid at the Arboretum. He then accessed Rashid's social media accounts to give the appearance that Rashid was still alive from August to December of 2019. Investigators have not released a motive, but described the crime as domestic violence related. Sheffield has been charged with taking Rashid's life, theft by unlawful taking, receiving stolen property, possessing an instrument of crime, and access device fraud. 37-year-old Lena Reyes Geddes lived in Youngstown, Ohio with her husband Edward Geddes. On April 8, 1998, Lena left her home on a trip from Ohio to Dallas and then to Mexico to visit her family. That would be the last time anyone would see Lena alive. 6 months later, with no sign of Lena since she left their home, Edward reported his wife missing. Investigators found it a bit strange that it took 6 months for Edward to report her missing. He was named a suspect, but investigators couldn't find enough concrete evidence against him. Edward was interviewed by police in October of 1998. During the interview, he claimed his wife had planned to fly from Pittsburgh and dropped her off at the airport. On April 20th, 1998, an unidentified deceased female was located along State Route 276 near Maidenwater Spring in Utah's Garfield County. When investigators arrived, they found a woman in her late 30s to mid-40s, covered with plastic bags, wrapped in duct tape, tied with rope, and placed inside a sleeping bag before being wrapped in a carpet. The woman had been shot. Her hands were cut off, which made identifying her really difficult. Sketches of the woman was shared around, hoping someone would recognize her. Despite an exhaustive investigation by the Garfield County Sheriff's Office and the Utah State Bureau of Investigation, the woman was not identified and the case went cold. Since the woman could not be identified, she became known as the Maidenwater Jane Doe. In 2018, Ohio updated Lena's missing persons file and obtained a picture of her from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Immigration, and Customs Enforcement. A private citizen in California who enjoys researching true crime cases then linked the Maidenwater Jane Doe case to Lena. The internet sleuth noticed the mole in the right ear and told Utah authorities to call Youngtown's police about the missing case involving Lena. Lena's sister traveled from Mexico to offer DNA swabs. Not long after, investigators were able to confirm that the Maidenwater Jane Doe is indeed Lena Reyes Geddes. The question now was who took Lena's life. They interviewed a lot of people that knew her. They wanted to talk to her husband Edward Geddes, but he had taken his own life back in 2001. Another man police looked into was Scott Kimball. He took the lives of at least 4 people and is suspected in many other cases. Kimball was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. Investigators decided to try and find DNA on the plastic bags, rope, sleeping bag, and other items found at the crime scene. They were able to find DNA belonging to a male on the rope. They wanted to compare Edward's DNA to see if it belonged to him, but he had been cremated so they couldn't exhume him. After family members of his were tracked down, their DNA samples were obtained. Finally, in 2022, it was confirmed that Edward Geddes' DNA matched the DNA of the unknown man found on the rope. Investigators announced at a press conference in June of 2022 that they have enough evidence to say he was the one who took her life and to close the case. While it is frustrating that Edward is not alive anymore to face the charges against him, we at least know he was miserable because he took his own life. Investigators have found no sign that Lena traveled anywhere and believe her trip was a ruse by Edward. They don't know why Edward drove across the country to dispose of his wife's remains or why he decided to take her life. Utah State Bureau of Investigation agent Brian Davis said at the press conference, "There's a lot of ups and downs in law enforcement, but I would put this case at the top of just making you feel good. At least there's some closures. At least there's answers." Davis also mentioned it's not just the DNA that they have as evidence against Edward, but also other circumstantial evidence. Lena's sister Lucero, who had given her DNA to help identify Lena, said, "I felt like for 20 years no one would listen to me, but now I know what happened. I'm here to bring her home, not like I expected, but I'm bringing her back home with me." "54-year-old Nora Sheehan lived in Cork, Ireland. She was a mother of 3. Nora was last seen when she attended a medical appointment for a dog bite at the South Infirmary Hospital on June 6, 1981. When Nora did not return home after her appointment, her family reported her missing. The National Police Service of the Republic of Ireland, or the Gardaí as they are more commonly referred to, started searching for Nora. 6 days later, Nora's body was found by forestry workers at the viewing point in the Chippewa Woods. It's about 18 miles from where she was last seen. It was not revealed how her life was taken, but the investigators simply noted that it was violent. Despite the Gardaí investigating the case, they could not identify the person that took her life. In 2016, the Gardaí Serious Crime Review Team reopened the cold case and spent several years examining all details associated with it. In June of 2022, detectives arrested 73-year-old Noel Long at his home in Mabon, Cork, in connection to Nora's case. He was then taken to Bandon Garda Station. A short hearing was held where it seems that Long will take a guilty plea. His attorney Eddie Burke said that his client was a 73-year-old man in receipt of a state pension. Burke also requested that Long will receive all necessary medical treatment while on remand because he has severe medical issues. Detectives have not made it public what exactly led them to Noel Long because it is still an ongoing investigation. Subir Chatterjee lived in Houston, Texas in 2002. He was originally from Sri Lanka. Subir owned and operated the Coastal Gas Station convenience store. On February 15, 2002, around 12:50 p.m., officers with the Oak Ridge North Police Department were dispatched to Subir's store because witnesses heard gunshots. Officers who arrived at the scene found Subir's body in the office area of the gas station. He had been shot in the head. It was also discovered that someone had taken $160,000 in cash from the store. Investigators collected forensic evidence at the crime scene, including DNA that belonged to the person who took Subir's life. The DNA was found under Subir's fingernails. There was also blood from the suspect found. It was stored so it could be used later. At the time, law enforcement had few leads. The witnesses' descriptions were vague, and with no surveillance footage, there were no suspects. The case went cold for almost 20 years. Detective Kent Hubbard, who was the first one to arrive on the scene, persisted in investigating the case. He worked various leads all the time before coming across an article outlining how law enforcement in California used genealogy and DNA to solve cold cases. Hubbard then reached out to Parabon Nanolabs, an organization that uses genetic genealogy, phenotyping, ancestry, and kinship analysis to assist law enforcement in developing potential suspects for cases where DNA evidence is present. With the agreement of the Oak Ridge Police Department and the assistance with the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office, Hubbard requested and received funds to pay for the testing. In 2018, Parabon told Hubbard they identified 3 possible men whose DNA might be a match for the DNA sample found at the crime scene back in 2002. In 2019, investigators followed one of the men to a restaurant. There, they collected his DNA sample from a fork, coffee cup, and a piece of toast. After more DNA testing, on December 4, 2019, it was announced that the DNA from the crime scene matched Martin Isaac Tellez's DNA. On December 10, 2019, Tellez was arrested for the crime. Following the arrest, Tellez confessed to taking Subir's life while robbing him. He explained that his blood was present at the scene because Subir struck him in the head with a telephone to defend himself. While the case was pending, Tellez was out on a $500,000 bail. He cut off his GPS monitoring device and fled to Mexico. Fortunately, agents from Homeland Security and the U.S. Marshals successfully tracked him down and brought him back to the U.S. His trial started in 2022. On June 28th, he pleaded guilty. Tellez was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Assistant District Attorney Donna Hansen said, "Martin Tellez lived more than 20 years of his life with his family and his loved ones around him. Meanwhile, members of the Chatterjee family were left with an empty chair and aching hearts, believing they might never know who was responsible." Detective Kent Hubbard never gave up on this case, and it was my privilege to be able to assist him in bringing justice and closure to Subir's family. Every life taken creates a wound in our community and in the lives of the victim's family. Some of those wounds, like the loss of this beloved father and husband, are very deep. In this case, those wounds were laid bare for decades. District Attorney Brett Lygen said, "Fortunately, a relentless instrument of dogged justice in the form of Detective Hubbard made what was wrong right, and we hope that this measure of accountability will bring some relief to his grieving family." 17-year-old Michelle Koski lived in Seattle, Washington in 1990. She was last seen leaving one of her friend's apartments on August 18th. A week later, a woman walking her dog near Echo Lake Road and Highway 522 in Snohomish came up on Michelle's body. The area is about 15 miles from where she was last seen. Michelle had been assaulted and suffered blunt force trauma to the head. The weapon used was determined to be pieces of concrete found nearby. Investigators collected DNA from the crime scene that belonged to the person that took her life. They also questioned criminals who have committed similar crimes in the area, but received no useful information. No witnesses came forward either, and the case soon went cold. Detectives Jim Scharf and David Heitzman reopened the case in 2005. A DNA profile of the suspect was then created. They entered it into the federal database, but this unfortunately did not yield any results. The detectives could, however, rule out suspects. Recently, they turned to Parabon Nanolabs for assistance in identifying the suspect and obtaining justice. Genealogists at Parabon had to first deconvolute the DNA sample because it contained the DNA from both suspect and victim. Dr. Janet Cady, who is the Senior Director of Bioinformatics Scientist at Parabon, said, "The crime scene in Michelle's case was particularly challenging. Without mixture deconvolution, the genetic genealogy matches would have included relatives of the victim and led investigators down a wrong path. Experts spent about 1 year building family trees and entering their findings into public genealogy websites such as Family Tree DNA and GED Match. Ultimately, this process led them to 2 brothers of the suspect. In 2022, after more testing, investigators announced that Robert Brooks is the man responsible for taking the life of Michelle Koski. Brooks was 22 years old at the time of the crime. He had just been released from prison when he took Michelle's life. Brooks was living with a relative only a few blocks from where she lived. It's not known if the two knew each other. Brooks passed away due to natural causes at the age of 48 in King County, Washington, on October 26, 2016. The estimated probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the U.S. population with a matching profile is 1 in 1.2 quadrillion, said the Sheriff's Office. Both the Sheriff's Office and Parabon Nanolabs praised Detective Scharf for his work. He was also involved in solving the cases of Jay Cook and Tanya Van Kuyenberg that I have covered before on the channel. Some of those who knew Michelle spoke at the news conference to share their relief that the case has finally been solved, including her friend Melissa Johnson, who had known her since she was 10 years old. "I often wonder what she would have been like had she still been alive, and how different my life would be as well," said Johnson. "I now pray that Michelle can finally rest in peace." "23-year-old Diane Kuzik lived in Nassau County, New York in 1968. She worked as a dance teacher. Diane lived with her parents after becoming estranged from her husband. They had a daughter together named Darlene. Diane called her parents on the night of February 15, 1968, to tell them that she was going to the mall to purchase shoes. She never returned home. After a few hours, her parents got worried. Her father drove to the mall to see if he could find Diane. He found her body in the back seat of the family's 1961 Plymouth Valiant in the parking lot of the Valley Streams Green Acres Mall. Diane had been brutally beaten and assaulted in that car. She had been suffocated and had defensive wounds on her hands. Investigators released a description of a suspect they had: a white male in his late teens or early 20s with an average build, eyeglasses, and standing at least 5 foot 8 inches tall. Investigators said the man had been spotted at the movie theater in the mall shortly before Diane's body was discovered. Police also say the man might have been loitering in the area. At least 100 Nassau police officers searched the area and showed her photo to more than 2,000 people, asking them to shed light on her last hours. Investigators also collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. Diane's estranged husband was questioned, but ruled out as a suspect because he was working his part-time job as a taxi driver when the crime took place. Years passed, the trail grew cold, and unfortunately the leads dried up. That all changed recently. In June of 2022, when investigators entered the suspect's DNA profile into public DNA databases, they found a match. The man whose DNA it was is Richard Cottingham. Many of you will have heard about him before. He is responsible for taking the lives of many women. Cottingham is already serving a life sentence in a New Jersey prison. He pleads not guilty, but is facing 25 years to life in prison if convicted. He is due back in court on August 22, 2022. Cottingham is in bad health at the moment and had to be arraigned while in a hospital bed, wearing a patient's gown and a face mask. Nassau County District Attorney Ann Donnelly said at a news conference that this may be the oldest case ever prosecuted based on DNA evidence. She also cautioned against being deceived by Cottingham's frail and sickly appearance. He is a violent predator, and no matter how he looks today in a hospital bed, he was not always a feeble man. He was a young 22-year-old when he took the life of Miss Kuzik. He was strong, stronger than these women were, and he was violent. Diane's daughter, Darlene Altman, who was also at the press conference, had this to say: "I never thought I'd see this day. I had given up. But all these people got justice for me and my mother." Altman wore a necklace with a ballerina slipper charm that belonged to her mother. She was just 3 years old when Diane's life was taken. She also attended the arraignment. It was overwhelming. He just had this dead stare. I thought he was looking at me. It was creepy. Detectives are investigating unsolved cases of women between 1967 and 1980, when Cottingham was active. Although Cottingham was primarily a Bergen County person and worked in Manhattan, we now have evidence that he was also here in Nassau County, and we're diligently reviewing unsolved cases, Donnelly also said. "57-year-old David Evans lived in Claremont, California in 1985. He was the vice president at a bank and a former school superintendent. David lived alone after he divorced his wife. On October 13, 1985, David's body was found inside his home. He had been beaten badly and suffered blunt force trauma to the head. The discovery was made by Claremont police officers during a possible burglary call at the residence. Evans had been a Duke-educated school administrator who worked as a teacher and school superintendent before shifting gears mid-life and entering the banking industry. He had been a pillar of the community who had been liked by everybody. Investigators at the time generated a few leads, but were unable to identify any viable suspects, and the case eventually went cold. Authorities took a new look at the case in 2006 after advances in forensic technology had been developed. Investigators found a small amount of DNA left behind at the crime scene and fingerprints belonging to the suspect. In 2020, investigators were able to confirm that the DNA and fingerprints were left at the crime scene belonged to Hilary Marcus Duplessis. Furthermore, investigators established that Duplessis had lived in the San Gabriel Valley area at the time of the crime was committed. This is not far from where David lived. They were also able to link him to David's vehicle that had been stolen after his life was taken and abandoned in Corvina, California about 2 hours later. On May 2, 2022, Duplessis was charged with ending the life of David Evans. He is currently incarcerated in a New York State prison serving an extensive sentence for a similar crime and will be eligible for parole in that case in 2033. Duplessis will soon be taken to Los Angeles where he will be arraigned on the new charges. Lieutenant Hugo Renaga said they think they know why Duplessis did what he did, but they don't want to reveal too much information before the case goes to trial. Renaga thanked the team of investigators, including those from the Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, New York State Police, and the New York Department of Corrections, for bringing long-awaited justice and closure to the family of David Evans. 25-year-old Lori Houts lived in Mountain View, California in 1992. She worked as a computer engineer. On September 5th of the same year, Lori's body was found in her car in Mountain View, near a garbage dump about a mile away from her workplace. Rope was used to strangle her and was still around her neck. Police found footprints on the inside of her windshield. Investigators quickly identified a prime suspect, John Kevin Woodward. He was allegedly openly jealous of Lori. Woodward had developed a romantic attachment to Lori's boyfriend, who was also his roommate. In the late 1990s, Woodward was tried twice in the case, but it was unsuccessful. The case was dismissed by a judge for insufficient evidence after a jury could not reach a verdict after the second trial. Woodward's fingerprints were found located on the outside of Lori's car, but investigators could not prove he was inside of the car. Woodward moved to the Netherlands after the trial. Later on, he would become the president and CEO of the Bay Area company ReadyTech. It is an online training company. Investigators did not give up on Lori's case and still followed up on leads and searched for evidence. In late 2020, investigators resubmitted all the forensic evidence they had for further analysis. Over 80 latent fingerprints that were collected at the crime scene were re-examined by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office Identification Unit. This resulted in even more fingerprints matching Woodward. His fingerprints were found in places only the person who took her life could have touched. John Woodward was apprehended by police at JFK Airport in New York on July 9, 2022, after arriving from Amsterdam. If convicted, Woodward faces life in prison. Deputy District Attorney Rob Baker of the Santa Clara County's DA office had this to say: "I'm thrilled that we have a second chance to seek justice for Lori after nearly 30 years. It's so rare that new evidence is discovered decades after a case is dismissed, giving us another shot at holding Mr. Woodward accountable. The arrest of Mr. Woodward is a testament to advances in forensic science. Without those advances, we never would have been able to refile this case. The fact that police didn't start regularly collecting DNA evidence until maybe 20 to 25 years ago makes cold case investigations very challenging. For example, Lori's purse and wallet might have had a lot of DNA on them, but testing was impossible because they were contaminated with fingerprint dust. Lori's family issued a statement. Lori Ann Houtz was a beloved family member and friend to many. Although she was only 5 foot tall, she had a huge heart and her humor and spunk were endearing to all. The way Lori lived and treated people was a stunning example of what was right in the world. She was a gem to so many, but her bright life was taken from us at the age of 25. We are hopeful that justice can finally be served for Lori, and incredibly appreciative of law enforcement agencies who have never given up on her. To keep her memory alive, Lori's family established the Lori Houtz Memorial Girls Athletic Scholarship, whose donations go to graduating female seniors. "12-year-old Leisha Michelle Jackson lived in Montgomery County, Texas in 1979. She left her home on September 7th to spend the day at a community pool in her neighborhood. When she did not return home, her family got worried and called 911. The following day, her glasses were found at a local intersection, but no other sign of her. 6 days later, on September 13th, 1979, an oilfield worker found her body in a heavily wooded area near a pipeline in Montgomery County. An autopsy report revealed that she had been assaulted before her life was taken. Investigators collected DNA that belonged to the suspect from her body and stored it to be used later. Detectives began an extensive investigation into her case that lasted for years, and while all leads were explored, the case eventually became cold. In 2021, investigators decided to take another look. They made use of a new technology called MVAC. The MVAC system enables investigators to solve more crime through better DNA collection. It expands potential evidentiary items by collecting DNA from porous and rough objects or surfaces. Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Squad utilized this new technology in October of 2021 to successfully extract unknown DNA from Leisha's clothing collected at the crime scene. From there, the unknown DNA was sent to Texas DPS forensic scientists who were able to develop a DNA profile of the person that took her life. In 2022, investigators submitted the profile into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System. CODIS determined that it matched with a man named Gerald Dwight Casey. Casey had been executed in 2002 for taking someone else's life in Montgomery County in 1989. Casey, who was 34 years old back then, and his accomplice, 36-year-old Carla Smith, tried to steal guns from a man named Daryl Pennington in 1989. When they arrived at Pennington's home, they instead found his roommate, Sonia Lynn Howell. Casey beat her with a home telephone and went on to shoot her 9 times. He then dumped her body in a wooded area. He was convicted in 1991. Before ending Howell's life, Casey had been in and out of prison for multiple convictions, including burglary and multiple drug charges. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office has noted that this marks the oldest cold case solved by their department to date. 80-year-old Antonio Rodriguez and his 77-year-old wife Luz lived in Cleveland, Texas in 2005. Antonio was a World War II veteran. The couple had been a beloved fixture in Cleveland and were known for their kindness. They operated a small Mexican food restaurant from their home to serve shift workers at a local plywood mill. On April 14, 2005, the couple's daughter Carolina Tejeda went to their home to make lunch for them. They didn't answer the door, so she thought they might be asleep, but still entered to make them lunch. Carolina then found her father's body on the floor of their bedroom and her mother's body in their bed. They had both been beaten and strangled. Police dogs were able to track the scent of a suspect across some railroad tracks to a nearby apartment complex, but were unable to lead investigators any further than that. Blood from an unknown suspect was found on a large rug in the couple's home, and the DNA was entered into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, but there were no hits at the time. For years, the case went cold. Then in March of 2021, when investigators again entered the DNA sample into CODIS, they found a match. The DNA was linked to Shelley Susan Thompson Lemoyne. She was serving time in a Texas prison for an unrelated drug offense. Lemoyne denied knowing the Rodriguez family and having any involvement in the crime. Another DNA sample was taken from her at the prison, and it was matched to the DNA found at the crime scene back in 2005. She was arrested on the 8th of July of 2022, outside her parole office in connection to the Rodriguez case. Cleveland Police Chief Darrell Brazad had this to say after the arrest was made. Sometimes, such small pieces of evidence can solve a case, and in this case, it was that piece of carpet that was found inside the home that had a speck of blood on it. For the couple's family, it was a welcome development in the case that has continued to haunt the family. Their daughter, Carolina Tejeda, who made the horrific discovery, said, "I knew it would come. I didn't know this long, but I knew this day would come." The community has always kept our parents in their prayers, and we're just very thankful, and God is good. She also said that she believes more people could have been involved in the slaying, and that she did not know and had never seen Thompson Lemoyne. Martin Rodriguez, another one of the couple's 10 children, said that he believes the arrest is the first step in helping the family heal from the tragedy. "I have seen the hand of God at work today. Our family is extremely relieved that there is activity in our parents' case. We are grateful for the efforts of the Texas Rangers, particularly Ranger Bess, Cleveland Police Department, and the Liberty County District Attorney's Office. They have shown that they do care about what happened to our parents. They have restored our hope and faith in the justice system." 5-year-old Stephanie Hebert lived in Wagaman, Louisiana in 1978. One summer's day in June, Stephanie left her Astor Lane home at about 2:30 p.m. She headed to a friend's house to play. Stephanie was wearing a pink checkered top, pink shorts, and her ice blue prescription glasses. She never made it to her friend's house, and she did not return home for dinner. Her parents, Joyce and Donald Hebert, called 911 to report her missing. Joyce was quoted as saying, "This is hell. I wouldn't wish this on anyone, not even the devil." A multi-day search of the family's neighborhood ensued. The FBI joined the case. Investigators ran down tip after tip. The Heberts even hired psychics, but no sign of Stephanie could be found. 5 months later, a hunter discovered Stephanie's partial skeletal remains in a wooded area down a shell road in rural St. Charles Parish in Louisiana. This is about 20 miles from Stephanie's home. Her body was tied up against a tree. Investigators could not determine how she lost her life, but could confirm that she had been assaulted. Detectives focused on Stephanie's then 16-year-old neighbor, Roger Alexander. Stephanie was friends with his little sister, and she attended a sleepover at their house the night before she disappeared. Alexander maintained his innocence. On the day Stephanie went missing, he was a few blocks away at his cousin's house on Dandelion Drive, helping repair a car. Several witnesses vouched for him. Still, investigators insisted that Alexander was responsible. St. Charles Parish prosecutors presented a case against him to a grand jury, but they declined to indict Alexander. The Wagaman neighbors who searched through the summer heat for Stephanie watched from their lawns as investigators repeatedly searched Alexander's home. Even after a 2008 DNA test excluded him, authorities did not declare him innocent. Suspicion also fell on 70-year-old Daniel Parks. He was a friend of the Hebert family who babysat Stephanie. In 2014, he was sentenced to life in prison, convicted of assaulting a 7-year-old girl in 1979. The victim in this case testified that Parks once told her she would end up like poor Stephanie. Parks denied harming Stephanie, and investigators could not find any evidence that he was involved. In 2003, Stephanie's mother Joyce contacted a man named Mejia, who is the chief of the District Attorney's Victims and Witness Assistant Division. Mejia recalls that Joyce said to him when they first met, she kept saying, "Her case is just sitting there. Please do something. All I know is my child was tied to a tree and left for animals to get her." Mejia met with prosecutors and detectives seeking new ways to identify the person responsible. In 2012, a distraught Jay Franklin reached out to Mejia and said that he knows who took Stephanie's life. Jay said that his father, Jason Franklin Sr., was responsible. Jason was a U.S. Army veteran. He married Joyce Vanette in 1970 in New Orleans and worked as an electrician's helper. The couple bought a home on Astor Lane, about 5 houses from Stephanie's home. Jason was a serial predator who targeted children. In 1966, he was convicted of attempted assault on a young girl. Jason targeted children who didn't tell, because they had been threatened or were too horrified by what had happened. Other times, they weren't believed. Jay Franklin reached out to Mikel because his wife Michelle Franklin had convinced him he'd never know peace until he spoke up. Since childhood, he had bounced between homes, abused and traumatized by what he had been through. He was mentally damaged, Michelle Franklin said. He didn't know what love was until he got with me. Over the next 9 years, Jay Franklin revealed physical abuse he had suffered at Jason Franklin Sr.'s hands and how it links to Stephanie's case. Jay said that his father beat him and assaulted him between the ages of 2 and 6. Jason Franklin Sr. also used his son to lure other victims, usually young girls, to their home under the pretense of a play date. Young Jay Franklin was sometimes forced to take part. Jay then told investigators one of those girls was Stephanie Hebert. According to him, it was his mother Joyce Vanette who abducted Stephanie and brought her to Jason Franklin Sr. Since both Jay and Stephanie's mothers are called Joyce, I'll refer to Jay's mother as Vanette to prevent any confusion. Jay said that when he was 6 years old, Vanette had him coax Stephanie into their car. Vanette then drove the children to a house in Luling, Louisiana, where Jason Franklin Sr. was waiting. At some point, he put Stephanie into a car and told Vanette to follow. They then drove to a wooded area where Stephanie's body would later be found. Jason Franklin Sr. stripped Stephanie of her clothes and took Polaroid pictures of the child, forcing Jay to pose with her. Jay remembers Stephanie tearfully declaring, "I'm telling my daddy." He believes this may have sealed her fate. Vanette then left with Jay. Jay told investigators that he saw his father binding Stephanie to a tree as they pulled away. When confronted by detectives, Joyce Vanette denied any involvement and called her son a liar. While speaking with investigators, Jay Franklin took detectives to some of Jason Franklin Sr.'s favorite hunting spots. They eventually ended up in a rural area of St. Charles Parish. Without realizing it, he directed them to the scene where Stephanie was found. Despite Jay Franklin's testimony, it still took authorities years to prepare the case. They had to determine what evidence was admissible, what charges he'd be eligible for, and definitely rule out the other suspects. Jay Franklin's credibility was bolstered by the statements of another victim who came forward. It was a 51-year-old woman whose story of childhood assault matched the version of events he told. She had never before disclosed the assaults. In 2018, 76-year-old Jason Franklin Sr. was arrested in connection to Stephanie's case. Her parents Donald and Joyce lived long enough to see him arrested. Both of them passed away in 2020. Unfortunately, the case never made it to trial. In January of 2022, Jason Franklin Sr. lost his life due to a respiratory illness while in prison. In June of 2022, 50-year-old Jay Franklin also lost his life due to a drunk driver. Investigators with the cold case team described it as a heartbreaking loss. Jay's stepmother, Kathy Vanette, said, "I think he's the bravest person I ever met. To be able to basically rip his whole life apart and put it out there." Kathy Vanette is married to Jay Franklin's stepfather, Henry Vanette. Henry was married at one point to Joyce Vanette, Jay Franklin's mother. Without the suspect and the main witness, investigators officially closed Stephanie's case. Vanette currently lives in Alabama and hasn't been formally charged or arrested yet. On February 26, 1999, human remains were discovered in a wooded area near the intersection of Clifton Spring Road and Clifton Spring Church Road in Decatur, Georgia. An autopsy concluded that the remains belonged to an African-American boy between the ages of 5 and 7. He was wearing a blue and white plaid shirt, red denim jeans, and brown Timberland boots. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, authorities were unable to determine the cause and manner in which the boy lost his life. Unfortunately, they were also unable to identify him. The case went cold for many years. In May of 2020, a tipster came forward. She saw an artistic rendering of the unidentified child that had been distributed by authorities and contacted the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. She told investigators about a woman she knew by the name of Teresa Ann Bailey Black. Black was living in Charlotte, North Carolina with their 6-year-old son, William Deshaun Hamilton. In December of 1998, without notice, she withdrew William from school and then moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Black later returned to Charlotte the following year, but without William. According to detectives, she gave conflicting accounts at the time regarding her son's whereabouts. The tipster believed that the boy found in Georgia was William because they looked similar. The DeKalb County Police Department, along with county prosecutors, later followed up on the lead and resumed actively investigating the case. Early in 2022, DNA linked Black to the child's remains. She was arrested in Phoenix, Arizona on June 29, 2022. She is currently waiting to be taken to Georgia. Authorities have not specified how Williams' life was taken or a possible motive. Angeline Hartman, who is the Director of Communications at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said, "This case is a perfect example of why we never give up hope. For more than 2 decades, a woman in Charlotte followed her gut feeling that something wasn't right. She made phone calls, scoured the internet, and talked to anyone who would listen. We're grateful she never stopped until she found that rendering of William online and gave investigators the missing piece to help solve the 23-year-old mystery. William was a bright and artistic 6-year-old who possessed a keen sense of humor, according to those who knew him. Investigators are now seeking the public's assistance to help piece together a more concrete timeline of Black and Williams' movements. Authorities say Black worked at a now-defunct Atlanta strip club known as Pleasers and may have been getting assistance from the Atlanta Day Shelter for Women and Children for a brief period. Anyone with additional information related to the case is urged to contact the DeKalb County District Attorney's Cold Case Tip Line at 404-371-2444. On the morning of July 15, 1982, gravedigger George Keese discovered the body of a Caucasian woman in the rear of the Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey. The body was found lying on its back just over a steep bank that leads to a creek below. The victim's face had been beaten beyond recognition with an undetermined object. The medical examiner estimated that she was in her late teens or early 20s. Examination indicated that the girl had attempted to fight back or defended from her attacker, as trauma to her hands and arms was observed. The body was clad in a red short-sleeved shirt and a skirt. After seeing images of the girl's clothing in a newspaper, a witness named Anne-Marie Latimer told officials that she remembered seeing a girl wearing the same clothing as the victim, purchasing cigarettes on July 13, 1982, just 2 days before her body was found. Latimer stated that she was shopping with her daughter at a supermarket across from the cemetery and observed she was able to describe the victim's clothing. The shirt and skirt themselves were traced to a manufacturer in the Midwestern United States. Some people also said that they bought similar clothes at a store in Long Island, New York. The victim was buried on January 22, 1983, after she had remained unidentified for over 5 months. Since no one knew her identity, she was named Princess Doe. Donated funds were used to pay for her coffin and headstone. The headstone was engraved with the text, "Princess Doe, missing from home, remembered by all." This is the first reconstruction made of Princess Doe, but did not lead to anything useful, unfortunately. For many years, Princess Doe was thought to be Diane Janice Dye. She was a missing teenager from San Jose, California, who vanished on July 30, 1979. This theory was supported by several law enforcement officials in the state of New Jersey. They went as far as to hold a press conference identifying Diane Dye as Princess Doe. In 2003, Princess Doe's DNA was compared with a sample of Diane's mother, Patricia. It was then conclusively determined that Princess Doe was not Diane Dye. In 1999, a woman named Donna Kinlaw was arrested in California for attempting to commit welfare fraud. When questioned by investigators, Donna decided to reveal that her husband, Arthur Kinlaw, is responsible for taking the lives of many women. Donna said that she was at the cemetery when Arthur took Princess Doe's life in July of 1982. Donna did not give any detailed information, and since Princess Doe had not been identified, it was difficult to prove that she was telling the truth and that Arthur was responsible. Arthur was, however, found guilty on a lot of other crimes. Investigators did get Donna to tell a forensic artist what the victim looked like. This is the sketch that was then made. One theory was submitted that Princess Doe may have been a runaway and could have been an individual using false names while employed at a hotel in Ocean City, Maryland. In 2012, the case was looked into again. A new composite sketch was made depicting her as a blonde, not brunette, like in the last sketch. Also, in 2012, a sample of her hair and tooth were examined through an isotope analysis and indicated that the victim was most likely born in the United States. The sample of her hair indicated that she had lived at least 7 to 10 months in the Midwestern or Northeastern United States. The tooth sample indicated that she could possibly be from Arizona. It was also believed that the victim spent a long period of time in Long Island, New York. The case was featured on America's Most Wanted in 2012 in hopes to generate new information. The same year, the most recent reconstruction was broadcast on CNN. Additional composites of Princess Doe were made by Carl Koppelman that illustrated her clothing. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children partnered with investigators and Estrella Forensics to help identify Princess Doe. On June 18, 2021, investigators received the news that Estrella Forensics agreed to extract DNA and construct a DNA profile. On February 10, 2022, Estrella Forensics relayed to investigators that the creation of a DNA data file was successful. The results were then sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's consulting genealogist from Innovative Forensic Investigations. The managing officer was Jennifer Moore, who agreed to perform unlimited genealogy free of charge. On February 22, 2022, Innovative Forensics announced to investigators that they had a candidate for Princess Doe. Investigators then went to West Babylon, New York, where they met with Robert Olenek Jr. They believed he was the brother of Princess Doe. They also collected a DNA sample from Princess Doe's sister, which mitotyping technology used to build a mitochondrial DNA profile. The Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory assisted by creating an STR DNA profile through the victim's sister's DNA sample. Mitotyping technology then sent the DNA profile to the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. On April 29, 2022, the center identified Princess Doe as Dawn Olenek. She was formally announced on July 15, 2022, the 40th anniversary of her discovery. Her brother Robert said that Dawn left their home at her mother's request and was never seen or heard from again. Arthur Kinlaw has been interviewed again, and he confessed. Kinlaw remains imprisoned at the Sullivan Correctional Facility in Fallsburg, New York. Investigators are now looking to piece together Dawn's movements in the time leading up to her demise. Dawn Rita Olenek was just 17 years old when her life was taken. "19-year-old Lindy Sue Beekler lived in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania in 1975. She had just recently got married. At about 8:45 p.m. on December 5, 1975, Lindy's aunt and uncle stopped by her apartment to exchange recipes. Instead, they found a horrific scene. There was blood on the front door, the entranceway wall, and on the carpet. They found Lindy's body on the living room floor. She had been stabbed 19 times with 2 different knives and assaulted. Investigators collected all forensic evidence they could at the crime scene. There were no signs of forced entry. Witnesses also didn't hear or see anything strange. In 1997, as DNA advanced, detectives with the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office submitted Lindy's underwear for DNA analysis. The lab found male DNA on it and could then create a DNA profile of the suspect. Recently, in 2019, investigators teamed up with C.C. Moore, who is the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon created a composite sketch of the suspect based on the DNA evidence they had. In 2020, C.C. used DNA to build a family tree of the suspect. She found that he had deep roots in the local Lancaster community. She also found that the family tree of this unknown suspect contained many recent immigrant families from the tiny town of Gasparina, Italy. Finally, the search was narrowed down to 68-year-old David Sinopoli. Investigators learned that Sinopoli lived in the same apartment complex as Lindy. To ensure that it was his DNA that was left at the crime scene, authorities began surveilling Sinopoli, who didn't go out much in public. On February 11, 2022, investigators were able to obtain Sinopoli's DNA from a coffee cup he drank from and threw in the garbage at the airport. DNA found on Sinopoli's coffee cup was compared to DNA identified from the male DNA on Lindy's underwear. In June, investigators learned that the 2 spots of blood found on Lindy's pantyhose was consistent with the DNA profile obtained from her underwear. Detectives had long believed that the suspect had cut himself during the attack. Sinopoli is being held in Lancaster County Prison without bail. Investigators do not believe Sinopoli and Lindy knew each other. It was just a crime of opportunity. 30-year-old Patricia Stichler lived in Sylvania, Ohio with her 3 daughters in 1985. She was divorced and worked for more than 7 years with the 21st Century Health Spas. Patricia's body was found by her 11-year-old daughter in the early morning hours of January 2, 1985. Someone had entered their home and slashed her throat while she slept. Patricia's 3 daughters were sleeping in their beds down the hall when the crime occurred. A window in the home had been left open, though it was unclear whether it was opened by Patricia or someone else. Investigators said that there were no signs of forced entry. Fortunately, there was a DNA sample from the crime scene that belonged to an unknown male. In 1985, authorities were unable to identify a suspect despite a thorough investigation. 2 new detectives were assigned to the case in 1998, but once again, it remained unsolved, even with the help of the Ohio Bureau of Investigation. Recently, the DNA profile became the focus of the investigation. Police enlisted the help of multiple agencies, including the Ohio BCI Forensic Lab and Lucas County Prosecutor's Office. They also established a new partnership with Advanced DNA, Forensic Genealogy. Using genetic genealogy, experts determined the DNA belonged to Michael Mellis, whom investigators later determined was less than 100 feet from Patricia's home on the night her life was taken. He was 17 years old at the time and in high school. He lived on the same street as Patricia. His residence was across the street and just 6 houses away. Police say Mellis was not acquainted with Patricia or her family, and would not have had any reason to be inside the victim's home. Mellis kicked the bucket before he could face prosecution. He joined the U.S. Army after graduating high school and lost his life in a single-vehicle car accident in 1989 while stationed in North Carolina. For Patricia's surviving daughters, who vowed to see their mother's case solved, questions remained. How did he get into their home? Did he see them? Why didn't he take their lives? Kristen Kelly, one of the daughters, said, "Help us understand the unknowns. Help her children end their suffering because it's not fair to any of us." 21-year-old Heather Ann Wilms lived in an apartment in Leon Valley, Texas in 2005. On February 22nd, Heather's friends got concerned when they could not reach her. The friends entered her apartment through a sliding glass door, and everyone's worst fears were realized as they found Heather's body in her bedroom. Heather's hands had been severed. Her clothes were burned in an apparent effort to conceal evidence. It was also determined that she had been assaulted. Neighbors of Heather's told police they heard her arguing with a man the previous day. They described shuffling sounds and then silence at 5 a.m. in the morning. Investigators questioned a lot of people close to Heather. One of those people was Jose Baldomero Flores. He went to high school with her and stayed in touch afterwards. Flores was also one of the last to see her alive. Flores denied any involvement, and the DNA collected from Heather's body that belonged to the suspect was not strong enough to match to anyone. 6 years later, in 2011, 30-year-old Esmeralda Herrera's life was taken in a similar fashion to Heather's. She lived in San Antonio, Texas. Her body was found tied to her bed on March 2nd. She had been bludgeoned and strangled. Another fire had been set in an attempt to conceal evidence. This time, set in multiple places and large enough that firefighters arrived to put down the blaze. A month after Esmeralda's life was taken, Jose Flores was arrested in connection with her case. The charges against him were dropped a month later. A request to further investigate the case was denied. In 2015, then District Attorney Nico LaHood decided to take another look. Then, in December 2016, Flores was again arrested. This time he was charged with taking the lives of Heather and Esmeralda. DNA linked him to both cases. According to San Antonio officials, the pandemic slowed down the pace of court proceedings considerably. In early 2022, District Judge Melissa Skinner decided that all sides had waited long enough. But then, on the eve of jury selection for the trial, Flores took responsibility. The 41-year-old Flores was then sentenced to 3 separate life sentences. Heather's mother, Donna Ellis, had this to say during a victim impact statement read during the sentencing. "Every fiber of my being wants you to suffer and live in fear just as my Heather did, just as Esmeralda did. Today, I take back my life. I forgive you." Esmeralda's family had a victim advocate read a letter to Flores. The letter reportedly wished him pain and suffering. 76-year-old Helen Vogt lived in Erie, Pennsylvania in July 1988. She was recently widowed as her husband Herbert passed away 4 months earlier in February. Erie police were called to Helen's townhouse at 7:15 a.m. on July 23, 1988. A witness grew alarmed after seeing Helen's 1988 Buick LeSabre back out of her garage at a high rate of speed, with the driver of the car wearing a towel wrapped around his head. The witness went to check on Helen and found her body and then called police. Helen was stabbed with 2 kitchen knives and a 2-pronged fork. An autopsy determined that she had suffered more than 50 stab wounds to her hands, face, neck, chest, and back. A witness who lived next door told police that she heard muffled sounds consistent with screaming, coming from Helen's townhouse at about 10:30 p.m. the previous evening. The witness also said she heard noises of furniture moving, as well as people going up and down the stairs. Investigators described the house as ransacked. Dresser drawers were pulled open and items were thrown about the townhouse. Helen was known to keep money, bonds, and personal paperwork in a briefcase at her home, but when detectives opened it, the briefcase was empty. Other items missing included credit cards, a white purse, a watch, and Helen's diamond ring that she never took off. Detectives found no sign of forced entry. They did, however, find blood on a washcloth in Helen's shower. There was also blood taken from Helen's kitchen sink. It did not belong to her, so police theorized that the suspect accidentally cut himself during the attack. On August 21, 1988, about a month after Helen's life was taken, her car was found in Dayton, Ohio. It was located in a parking garage next to a Greyhound bus station. Investigators also found that 3 days before Helen lost her life, she met with her lawyers and changed her will. She left half her estate to her daughter Bonnie. The other half was to be split between her 2 grandchildren, Bethany and Jeremy. Investigators got a search warrant to obtain samples of blood, saliva, hair, and complete handprints from Helen's family members to be compared to the blood found at the crime scene. It was submitted into the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab in 1990, but results were inconclusive as DNA was not advanced enough. In 2022, the DNA was again entered into the crime lab. This time, it confirmed that Helen's grandson, Jeremy Brock, was responsible. He was 21 years old back in 1988. In July of 2022, 55-year-old Jeremy C. Brock was arrested at his home in Austin, Texas. He is currently at Travis County Jail in Austin and will be taken to Erie County, Pennsylvania soon. Erie Police Chief Dan Spizzarni said at the news conference, "With the advancement of forensic technology, the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab in Greensburg, Pennsylvania was able to reanalyze the previously submitted evidence." 25-year-old Nadine Major lived with her husband Mark and their infant son Dan in an apartment in Willoughby, Ohio in 1980. When Mark returned home from work on January 11, 1980, he found Nadine's body in their dining room. She had been stabbed more than 40 times. Just a few feet from her body was their son, still in his living room playpen. Fortunately, he was unharmed. During the initial investigation, Willoughby police determined that Nadine's life was taken sometime between 1:15 p.m. and 4:45 p.m. There were no signs of forced entry nor evidence that she had been assaulted. Nothing seemed to be missing from the home except the weapon, which came from Nadine's kitchen. The person who took her life did, however, leave something behind. His blood was found on Nadine's shirt. A significant amount of blood belonging to an unknown male was located on Nadine's shirt, said police. Some of the suspect's blood on Nadine's shirt was in the form of perpendicular drops, which indicated that the suspect was standing on top of Nadine while he was bleeding. A neighbor of Nadine noticed a canary yellow Dodge Dart parked in the rear of their apartment complex around the time her life was taken. It's not a car that belonged to anyone living in the complex. Investigators followed up on the lead, but unfortunately it did not lead anywhere and the case went cold. In 2015, police received new information based on the DNA found on Nadine's clothing after establishing a partnership with the Lake County Crime Lab, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit. They later teamed up with Lake County Prosecutor's Office and Parabon Nanolabs to build a family tree from the DNA profile, ultimately leading them to Stephen Joseph Simcak through the use of genetic genealogy. Investigators compared the male DNA from blood on Nadine's shirt to one of Simcak's biological children and found a match. People who knew Simcak then confirmed he had owned a canary yellow Dodge Dart back in 1980. Authorities then looked into Simcak's work record from his 37-year career at Lincoln Electric Company in Euclid, Ohio, which is less than 10 miles from Willoughby. In 1980, Simcak only missed one day of work, the day Nadine's life was taken. Simcak was due in for a second shift that day and called in sick. Police also learned that, at the time, Simcak had other jobs, delivering flowers for Wycliffe Floral and working with Vitantonio's winery in Wycliffe, just a few miles southwest of both his and Nadine's home. Simcak retired in 2002 and moved to Bemis Point, New York, about 60 miles southwest of Buffalo, according to police. He passed away at 79 in 2018, leaving behind a wife, 3 biological children, and 2 stepchildren. Nadine's husband, Mark Major, had this to say at a press conference held by police. He stole Nadine from her family and friends. Most of all, he stole Nadine from me and my son. How could he get up every day and look himself in the mirror, knowing what he did? She did not deserve this, he continued. If there's a place in hell, I know he's in it, and I hope he rots there. Mark continued that Nadine did not know Simcak, leaving loved ones and investigators puzzled about a possible motive. Nadine's son, Dan, had this to say at the press conference. I am angry that Stephen passed away as a free and carefree citizen before he could be identified, as well as caught, and in turn, given the ability for questions to be asked and justice to be served. "18-year-old Barbara Jean Jepson and her husband Joe Jepson lived in Van Nuys, California in January 1956. The couple got married the previous year. Barbara was 4 months pregnant. Joe worked for the National Air Guard. On January 31st, 1956, Joe went to work early in the morning. Barbara was last seen shopping at 12:30 p.m. When Joe returned home, he found Barbara's body in their bed. She had been fatally stabbed. After the gruesome discovery, Joe first covered up his wife with a blanket and then called police. Detectives who responded to the Jepson house that day found several items of evidence, such as a green army jacket with blood and hair follicles in the garage. One witness told police that a person was seen leaving the area that day wearing a green jacket. Another talked about seeing a man with big hands and big knuckles. Unfortunately, investigators back then didn't know how great DNA would eventually be at solving cold cases, so items such as the pillowcases, bed sheets, and a bloody rag found in the sink at the Jepson home were not collected. At the time, detectives believed that what happened to Barbara was linked to a series of assaults in the same area. They tracked down every man who's committed similar crimes in the area to question them. Unfortunately, this did not lead anywhere, and the case went cold. In 2019, Los Angeles police detective Rachel Evans took another look at Barbara's case. It was the very first case she was assigned to after joining the cold case unit. On her first day, a veteran detective handed her the case file and said good luck. By the time she started working on it, hundreds of detectives already combed through it over the past 60 years. It took Evans a week to read through the entire case file. Then she read it a second time and started taking notes. The third time she read through the file, she started noticing a lot of things. One of the things she picked up on was that there was no forced entry at the Jepsons' home. It seemed to Evans that Barbara knew the person who attacked her. She also noticed that no valuables were taken and nothing was out of place. As Evans reviewed the case, it wasn't long before she started focusing on one man, a man from Utah by the name of Mont R. Mers. Mers was born on May 24, 1911, in Mount Pleasant, Utah. In 1931, he married Cleo Ream, and the couple had one son and one daughter. They were later divorced, and Mers married another woman, Bernice, in the San Fernando Valley. That marriage also ended in divorce in 1945, with Bernice citing cruelty. By then, Mers was an avid gambler, violent to animals, a womanizer, and a raging alcoholic. He was also the suspect in many assault cases. By 1948, he moved in with a woman named Fern Spiva in San Fernando Valley and stayed with her for 6 years. At the time Mers and Spiva began living together, she had a 10-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. That daughter is Barbara. Evans believed that Mers abused her along the way because that was kind of his modus operandi. He would marry young women who had young girls, and he would then go on to abuse them. In 1955, when Barbara married Joe, Mers married his fourth wife. This woman also had a young daughter. In 1960, 15-year-old Mary Ann Pedrotta, who had a horse stable next to Mers's and often rode horses with them, was found fatally stabbed. Then, in 1962, Mers married his fifth wife, Ina. She too had a young daughter. In 1964, Mont Mers was arrested and accused of abusing a 14-year-old girl. Information on that case was hard for Evans to collect because the case file had been destroyed. Although it is clear that Mers was involved in many crimes, this was the only victim for which he was arrested. Also, in 1964, while waiting for the trial, Mers showed up at a hospital with a gunshot wound. He claimed that it was an accidental shooting. Who shot Mers and why was never determined. By 1965, all of Mers's crimes were coming to a head. He was given a polygraph test by police who asked him about what happened to Barbara Jepson. He denied even knowing her. Investigators knew that he was at her funeral and that he knew her since she was 10 because he was married to her mom for some time. The polygraph test results concluded that Mers had definite guilty knowledge regarding the fate of Barbara. On August 15, 1965, while Mers was out of jail and with numerous questions looming about what else he had been involved with, his wife Ina found underwear from a young girl in a drawer in their house. She confronted Mers about whether he had also been abusing that girl. The confrontation was apparently the last straw, as Mers proceeded to grab a gun from inside the house. He chased Ina into the street, where he fatally shot her. He then went back inside the house and took his own life. Recently, a former stepdaughter of Mers called the police to tell them about 15-year-old Mary Ann Pedrotta, the girl who often rode horses with Mers and who was stabbed 9 times. The stepdaughter told police that she was 10 years old at the time. She remembers that on the day that Mary Ann lost her life, Mers came into the house with a bloody knife and blood on his hands and clothing. The stepdaughter waited until he and his entire family were no longer alive until she told police. That's how scared she was. She told police that she still had nightmares of him every night. Evans would soon learn that Mers had a pattern of never leaving his victims alone, even after he remarried or when his stepdaughters grew up and moved out of the house. According to Evans's research, 5 women were seen at Mers's funeral wearing black and crying. Evans said, so he was kind of a womanizer. He had all these women that he connected with and kind of kept. There's a lot of stories around him with these young girls that were abused by him. Until the day Barbara's mom passed away, even though they were no longer married, Mers would still visit her. That's why Evans believes on the day that Barbara's life was taken, Mers showed up at her residence and did not need to break into her house. As you'll remember, one of the witnesses saw a man wearing a green jacket with big hands and big knuckles. Big hands and big knuckles were something the Mers family were known for. A drawing of the person who was believed to have committed the assaults in the area showed a man who wore a plaid shirt. Evans said that Mers was also known to always wear a plaid shirt. He was wearing one in his mugshot taken in his 1964 arrest. Most of his victims had their hands bound during their attacks. The same was the case with Barbara. Despite the lack of DNA evidence that still exists today from the crime scene, Evans attempted to use today's DNA technology to help solve the case. After some extensive research, Evans was able to track down Mers's relatives still living in Utah in 2019, including his children. Evans gives big kudos to Draper Police and Unified Police for assisting her investigation. In September 2019, a search warrant for DNA was served to Mers's 87-year-old son. Mers's son passed away just 2 weeks after the DNA was collected. Unfortunately, it was ultimately determined there was not enough DNA from the crime scene to compare with the DNA collected from Mers's son. Evans said now that police have it preserved. They will revisit the case about every 5 years to see if advances in DNA technology get to the point so that the old DNA can finally be tested and compared to familial DNA from Mers. Even though the DNA from the crime scene is too weak to prove 100% it was Mers, investigators believe now in 2022, they have more than enough evidence against Mers that if he were still alive, he would be found guilty of taking Barbara's life. Investigators have also been able to clear other suspects using the DNA. One of these people were Barbara's husband Joe. Even though he was cleared by the police in the initial investigation, he lived the rest of his life with a stigma surrounding him. Some members of the community questioned his innocence since he was the one who found his wife's body. Joe remarried and had 2 sons. Although the boys always believed their father was innocent, Evans said it was especially satisfying to be able to call them earlier this year and tell them that their father had conclusively been cleared. On the other side, Evans said Marise's grandchildren were upset when she told them what kind of person their grandfather really was. They had been told that he had passed away in a car accident. The grandchildren took the pictures they had of him out of their homes and threw it away. To solve Barbara's case, Evans said she took a page from the detectives of the 1950s, pounding the pavement and turning over rocks looking for clues. But Evans also has her own gift for striking up conversations with people. People have a lot of info to share, so you sit back and listen to them, she said. In addition to having to prove herself to the veteran detectives, Evans admits she felt solving the case was something she had to do for Barbara Jeppson's family so that they could finally have some peace about what happened. She admits that at times she felt guided as she worked to solve the 6 decades old cold case. I think people are crying from the dust for justice. Their families need it. I know it's not my family. But there's somebody who's still crying over this. You had a husband that passed away that people always had suspicion about. So for me, you get closure for the families to know that their dad was good or their mom was great. You know you have some peace for them because they lived all these years with no peace. So for me and others I work with, we do this so the families can have rest. I can't bring them back, but the families can have rest. 23-year-old Shannon Lloyd lived in Orange County, California in 1986. She was a tomboy who loved horses and had an adventurous soul. On May 21st, Shannon's body was found inside her bedroom in Garden Grove. She'd been assaulted and strangled. Shannon's older brother, Tom Lloyd, had this to say at the time. "It's hard for me to fathom how anyone could take another person's life like it was nothing and just discard them." Investigators collected male DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. In 2003, authorities linked what happened to Shannon to the cold case of Rene Cuevas. 27-year-old Rene's body was found on a road near El Toro Marine Base in Irvine, California in 1989. When investigators entered the suspect's DNA profile in Shannon's case into the combined DNA index system, they noticed that the same man was responsible for taking the lives of both Shannon and Rene. Unfortunately, his identity could not be determined. In 2021, the Orange County District Attorney's investigative genetic genealogy team identified a Las Vegas man named Reuben J. Smith as a possible suspect. Smith lived in Orange County in the 1980s. He was forced to give his DNA in 1998 after being arrested in Las Vegas for assault and attempting to take a life of a woman. In July of 2022, it was confirmed that the DNA evidence from his arrest matched the DNA found at the crime scene of both Shannon and Rene. Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer said, "Because of the advent of science, there's no case that's cold anymore. Every case is potentially solvable. Justice does not have an expiration date. Whether a crime happened 40 years ago or 4 minutes ago, the residents of Orange County can have confidence that the law enforcement in this county will not rest until justice is served." The loved ones of Rene Cuevas and Shannon Lloyd have the answers to the question they've been asking for more than 3 decades. The third unknown victim of his that survived said, "The evil in him. I know if I didn't fight, I was going to die. It was horrible. The things that he did, the things that he said." Though she was able to fight him off and escape, she said she is still haunted by him. 1 year after being arrested in 1998, Smith took his own life at 39 years old. This is infuriating as the victims' families themselves said that all their questions can't be answered. They know who and where, but not why. Detectives are now looking into the possibility that Smith could be implicated in other cases. Anyone with information about Smith's activity is urged to contact Garden Grove Police Detective T. Ramirez at this number. On July 11, 1983, the body of 41-year-old Linda Lanson was found at the end of Memorial Highway in Tampa, Florida. Investigators said that she had been assaulted, shot in the head, and then dumped in the bushes. Linda was a freelance photographer who grew up in New York and had moved to Tampa as an adult. About a month later, on August 19, 1983, the body of 19-year-old Barbara Grams was found behind a dentist office in the Tampa Heights area. She had also been assaulted before her life was taken. Barbara was described as a friendly, outgoing teenager from Tampa who had a job at the mall and liked to walk to stay fit. A man by the name of Robert Dubois soon became a suspect in Barbara's case. He was convicted because a bite mark analysis expert said that Robert was responsible for a bite mark on Barbara's face. Dubois denied any involvement and contacted the Innocence Project. In 2020, with the help of advancements in DNA and the Conviction Review Unit, Dubois was exonerated after spending 37 years in jail for a crime he did not commit. The Conviction Review Unit then went on to do more DNA testing to see who was responsible for taking the life of Barbara Grams. After further DNA testing, they realized that not one man was responsible, but two. They also determined that these two were responsible for many crimes in the Tampa area in 1983. The two men is 58-year-old Amos Robinson and 57-year-old Abron Scott. They took the lives of both Barbara Grams and Linda Lanson. They are already serving life sentences, but investigators want to make sure that their crimes against Barbara and Linda do not go unpunished. Investigators are working hard to find other crimes that Robinson and Scott is responsible for. Linda Sheffield, who was Linda Lanson's niece, close friend, and roommate, had this to say. When it happened, it was shock and disbelief, whereas now it's more retrospective. This is a day I never thought would come, so to have somebody accountable for what they did, not only to my aunt, but to everyone else and every other family they touched, is beyond anything I would have expected. It means everything to me. State Attorney Andrew Warren, who announced the two indictments in August 2022, said, "When we created the Conviction Review Unit, it was the first in Tampa Bay and one of the first in Florida. The CRU reviews plausible claims of innocence. It's there to safeguard against wrongful convictions. As we see today, in the rare case when the wrong person is convicted, the actual criminals get away with the crime. But for those victims, that stops now. This shows the power of a conviction review unit to right wrongs, uncover the truth, and deliver justice for victims, even after almost 40 years. 22-year-old Christine McWhorter and her 31-year-old aunt, Beatrice Daniels, were fatally shot between 6 p.m. January 2nd and 11:50 a.m. January 3rd, 2009, in their apartment at the Chestnut Terrace housing complex in Huntington County, Pennsylvania. The women were both shot in the head. Christine's 4-month-old daughter and 4-year-old son were left behind in the apartment. Neighbors discovered the women's bodies after the 4-year-old son asked them for help. Droplets of blood were taken into evidence from the crime scene by investigators. The initial DNA report concluded blood collected from the stairs and interior doors of the apartment were all deposited from an unidentified male. Over the years, as DNA advanced, a DNA profile of the suspect could be created using the droplets. On March 14, 2016, Trooper David Clemens submitted the DNA profile to DNA Solutions. They then forwarded it to Parabon Nanolabs based in Reston, Virginia. Parabon Nanolabs used the DNA to create an image of what the suspect might look like. It showed a black male with brown to black hair, medium to light complexion, and green or hazel eyes. On July 12, 2018, Trooper Dana Martini contacted Tom Shaw, a certified forensic artist and employee for Parabon Nanolabs. He was asked to conduct a genetic genealogy analysis of the DNA recovered at the crime scene. On October 9, 2018, Parabon provided a report on the genetic genealogy of the DNA and identified Mariko Johnson as a potential match. Johnson's appearance also matched with the image of the suspect they had created. Investigators found that Christine was acquainted with Johnson's then-girlfriend, Cynthia Swan. Investigators interviewed Johnson for the first time at his home on December 12, 2019. Johnson admitted that he knew Christine and Beatrice because of Cynthia, but denied ever setting foot in Christine's home. Johnson provided investigators with a DNA sample via swab of his mouth. The sample was then sent off for analysis by the State Police Lab in Harrisburg on December 19, 2019. On January 3, 2020, the lab reported that Johnson's DNA matched blood evidence found on the stairs and interior doors of the crime scene. Investigators then compared Johnson's time card to the estimated time that Christine and Beatrice's lives were taken. On January 22, 2020, the state police received time cards from Johnson's then employee, the New York Department of Corrections, which confirmed he was off work January 2, 2009, and started his January 3rd shift at 7 a.m. State police estimate the time it takes to travel the 294 miles between Christine and Beatrice's home and Johnson's then workplace is 4 hours and 43 minutes. Police checked to see if Johnson had access to a .25 caliber firearm, the type used to shoot Ms. McWhorter and Ms. Daniels. On January 23, 2020, troopers Thomas and Martini interviewed the suspect's half-brother, Carol Brodus Johnson Jr. of Connecticut, who told the officers he thought his late father owned a .25 caliber and that Mariko Johnson inherited their father's belongings when he passed away in 1998. Thomas and Martini interviewed Cynthia Swan, Johnson's ex-girlfriend, February 21, 2020, and learned from Swan that she was originally supposed to travel with Christine from Philadelphia to Mount Union on January 1, 2009, and stay for the weekend, but decided at the last minute to remain in Philadelphia with the man, Benjamin June. Swan told troopers it was around this time Johnson found out Swan was having an affair with June. Police say the last incoming text on Christine's cell phone was from Swan, asking Christine to call her. Police say Christine did not respond to Swan's text. On July 28, 2020, Thomas and Martini spoke with Robert Sean Spade, the father of Christine's oldest child. Spade told the troopers he visited Christine, Beatrice, and the children the evening of January 2, 2009. Spade reported the women kept the apartment very clean and that he didn't observe blood-like drops anywhere in the apartment and that it was unlike them to leave a spill or mess. In May of 2022, 47-year-old Mariko Tyrone Johnson was arrested in Newport News, Virginia, and charged with taking the lives of Christine and Beatrice. He will soon be transported to Pennsylvania by state police to face charges against him. "28-year-old Nancy Benalik lived in Sacramento County, California in 1970. She was engaged to public defender Ferris Salami. Nancy was last seen alive by Ferris on October 25, 1970, around 11:30 p.m. in her apartment in Bell Street. The next morning, Nancy did not show up for her work as a court reporter. A colleague then called her son to check up on Nancy. A manager who oversaw Nancy's apartment building then used a pass key to unlock her door. Inside, they found Nancy's body. She had been stabbed more than 30 times. Defensive wounds suggested that she fought back. Nancy always left her sliding glass door ajar to allow her cat to go outside on a second-story balcony. Investigators determined that the culprit entered through the sliding glass door. Investigators also found a trail of blood that began on the balcony and led to a sidewalk below and ending in a parking lot. Detectives theorized that the suspect cut himself while committing the crime and then likely left in a vehicle from the aforementioned parking lot. A DNA profile was then developed from the blood trail left at the scene. The male profile was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, a national forensics database, but there were no matches. Recently, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office cold case team and the County District's Attorney's Office retested the DNA and concluded that Richard John Davis is responsible for taking the life of Nancy. He was 27 years old back in 1970 and lived in the same apartment complex as Nancy. Unfortunately, there will be no criminal prosecution, as Davis became worm food when he passed away on November 2, 1997. Investigators have found no link between Nancy and Davis other than geography. They know it's a premeditated crime, as he had masking tape over every one of his fingers to conceal his fingerprints, but they did not know what the motive could be. Davis did not have a violent history, only a drunk driving history. He passed away due to conditions related to alcoholism. Unfortunately, Ferris Salami did not live to see the conclusion of the case. He passed away in 2014, always wondering who was the man who took his fiancée. On June 3, 1991, at approximately 10 a.m., two passersby found a woman's body in the grass on the northwest corner of Olive and Craig Street in Urban Crest, Ohio. The woman was identified as 30-year-old Alma Renee Lake. She had been strangled, bound, and there were signs she had been assaulted. DNA belonging to a male was collected from the crime scene and stored so it could be used later. 5 years later, on November 11, 1996, the body of 36-year-old Michelle Dawson Pass was found in Granville, Ohio. She was last seen walking to a friend's house. DNA belonging to a man was taken from her body, and after testing, investigators noticed that the same man was responsible for taking the lives of both Alma and Michelle. In March of 2021, investigators used genetic genealogy to connect Robert Edwards to both crimes. In an interview with the investigators, Edwards denied knowing the victims and said he was not involved in what happened to them. Investigators obtained a DNA sample from him and gave it to the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation. In 2022, it was confirmed that Edwards was responsible for taking the lives of both Alma and Michelle. 67-year-old Robert Edwards was arrested at his home in Columbus, Ohio on August 5, 2022. During a news conference at which family members of the two victims were present, Franklin County Sheriff Dallas Baldwin said Edwards' arrest demonstrates the persistence of law enforcement. "I can't imagine what it's like for a family to go 30-plus years not knowing what happened to their loved one," he said. "Today, at least we can bring some closure." "15-year-old Karen Stent lived in Palo Alto, California in 1982. Karen was last seen alive on the evening of September 2nd. Earlier that night, she took a bus from Palo Alto to Sunnyvale, California to visit her boyfriend. Around midnight, her boyfriend walked her to a bus stop so she could head back home. Afraid of breaking curfew, the boyfriend ran back home before making sure she caught the late bus. Karen's body was found roughly 100 yards away from the bus stop the next morning. Her wrists were bound with her shirt, and her legs were bound with her jacket. She had been stabbed 59 times. At approximately 10:45 a.m. on September 3, 1982, Stephen Bound, a truck driver, was making a delivery to the Woolworth Garden Center. During his delivery, Mr. Bound saw what he believed was a female lying in the bushes at the base of a cinder block retaining wall along the Garden Center driveway. He contacted the Woolworth Garden Center management, who then called the Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety. Looking at crime scene photos, investigators saw that leaves and dirt around Karen's feet had been disturbed and kicked, suggesting that she was still alive when her body was left there. Investigators found male DNA on Karen's leather jacket. They also made a timeline of events leading up to her body being found. They found that Karen and her boyfriend David got drinks at the 7-Eleven, walked north to the Golfland Miniature Golf Course before heading to the bus station. David at one point became a likely suspect, but was ruled out as a suspect as his DNA did not match the DNA found on Karen's jacket. The case eventually went cold and languished for decades. That was until 2021, when an anonymous tip to the police changed everything. Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety Detective Matthew Hutchinson received information that a son of Rose Aguilera Ramirez took Karen's life. Detective Hutchinson then used publicly available databases to locate an obituary for Rose Aguilera. On the obituary, it said she was survived by 4 sons. Throughout 2021 and the early months of 2022, Hutchinson determined that 2 of the Ramirez children was not responsible. Another one of the 4 sons was ruled out as his DNA did not match the male DNA found on the leather jacket. That left only one son, Gary Gene Ramirez. In July of 2022, after further DNA testing, investigators were able to confirm that he was responsible for taking the life of Karen Stitt. Ramirez lived in Fresno, California at the time of the crime. He is a retired bug exterminator and Air Force veteran. Detective Hutchinson and other officers arrested Ramirez at his home in Maui, Hawaii on August 2, 2022. He appeared very shocked and only uttered the words, "Oh my gosh." Ramirez is currently locked up in a Maui jail while waiting to be transported to California. Ramirez's brother, Rudy Ramirez, commented that his brother does not have a criminal record, and it's hard to conceive that he carried out such a grisly crime. "I've never seen him violent or get angry ever. He wouldn't hurt a fly." 8-year-old Aseneth Ducat lived in Upper Arlington, Ohio in 1980. She went by the nickname Seanie. Seanie left her home to go to school on June 3rd. She attended Barrington Elementary School. At 4:34, her parents reported her missing when she was still not home. The distance between their home and the school was 12 blocks, or about 1 mile. She always made it home before 4 p.m. 3 hours later, Seanie's body was found in a drainage ditch less than 1 block from her home. She suffered blunt force trauma to the head and manual strangulation. She had been beaten with a 20-pound limestone rock. Investigators believed that she was abducted and that her life was taken at a location other than where she was discovered. Cini's case shook the Columbus suburb and led the formation of the community-based group, The Long Walk Home, the Asenath Ducat Project. The group formed and started aiding investigators in finding the person responsible. Recently, police re-examined every piece of DNA evidence taken from Cini's autopsy. On top of forensic examinations, police conducted numerous interviews with previous persons of interest and former investigators connected to the case. Then, on August 11, 2022, the Upper Arlington Police Division announced the person responsible for what happened to Cini was a man named Brent L. Strutner. Strutner, who would have been 20 years old back in 1980, lived locally and had graduated from Upper Arlington High School in 1979, according to police. He took his own life in Columbus, Ohio in 1984 at the age of 24. Police Sergeant Brian McKean stated that they linked Strutner to the crime scene years ago, but it was advances in DNA and recent interviews that made police confident they had their man. "We wanted to make sure all the pieces and parts were tied together before we released anything," said McKean. Strutner was a suspect long before we had the ability to identify him. Police Chief Steve Farmer said, "Investigators for the Upper Arlington Police Division have tirelessly pursued justice for the Ducat family for more than 4 decades. I am the 6th chief to oversee these efforts and appreciate the hard work that has been put into this case through the years." Chief Farmer extended peace and healing to the Ducat family. Cini's friend Leslie Lyon reacted to the bittersweet news. "Why did it have to happen in the first place?" she said. "This senseless thing. There will always be a sadness." The website, The Long Walk Home, the Asenath Ducat Project, has acknowledged the recent development but rejects the notion that the case has reached any semblance of finality. They believe that Brent Strutner did not act alone. They point to a man called Robert Chris Winchester. Winchester has committed similar crimes in the area and was a known associate of Strutner. Investigators are still looking for any link between Winchester and Cini's case. 44-year-old Karen Johnson Swift lived in Dyersburg, Tennessee in 2011. She was married to David Swift. They had 4 children together. David was the last person to see Karen alive after she returned home from a Halloween party on the night of October 30th, 2011. She was missing for over a month before hunters discovered her body in a cemetery near her home on December 10th of the same year. The autopsy report that was released stated Karen suffered blunt force trauma to the head. She was also found partially clothed and had other injuries at the time she was found. Investigators spoke with family and friends trying to find any useful information. Karen's friends told police that she was a good friend who was witty, kind, and strong-willed, except when it came to her husband, who always told her what to do. Investigators also found that Karen filed for divorce 3 weeks before she had disappeared. Finally, on August 9, 2022, David Swift was arrested in connection to the case. He was arrested in Alabama, where he now lives with his new wife. The arrest was made by members of the Dyer County Sheriff's Office, with assistance from the members of the Jefferson County, Alabama Sheriff's Office. Dyer County Sheriff Jeff Box said he was pleased after the grand jury announced an indictment against Swift on August 8th. He also said that he kept in touch with Karen's mother, Carol Johnson, throughout the years. As soon as David Swift was placed in handcuffs, I called Carol and told her the news. I always told her I had faith this case would be prosecuted, and today we had a very emotional conversation. She just wants justice for her daughter. Box said his office has literally spent thousands of hours on this case, and a lot of time was spent dispelling false information and rumors. Investigators never gave up and just kept going through the evidence. The one thing that held true since the early stages of the investigation was that David was always a suspect because all the evidence pointed to him. We were able to rule anyone and everyone else out, and the grand jury made the right decision today by indicting him. I am so glad the district attorney, our prosecutor, had enough interest in the case to present it to the grand jury. I thanked District Attorney General Danny Goodman for seeing this through, and he did the right thing today. Box did not specify what new evidence led to the arrest. If convicted, Swift faces up to life in prison without the possibility of parole. 36-year-old Jasmine Porter lived in the Bronx, New York City in 1996. She had a 4-year-old son and was pregnant. On February 3rd, an unknown man entered her home and violently strangled her. Her body was found on February 5th. The 4-year-old son was also found in their Morris Heights apartment. He was fortunately left unharmed by the perpetrator. Investigators found DNA under Jasmine's fingernails that belonged to the culprit. In 2021, with DNA technology being a lot more advanced than it was back in 1996, investigators submitted the DNA into the Combined DNA Index system. In 2022, investigators received results that it matched the DNA of 66-year-old Gregory Fleetwood. He was arrested at his home in the Bronx in August 2022. Fleetwood already had a history of violence toward women before he took Jasmine's life. In 1987, he was arrested and charged with manslaughter for strangling a woman he knew in the Bronx. He served 7 years for that attack. The victim, Linda Miller, was also pregnant at the time. Fleetwood and Linda were what he called drug buddies. He took Linda's life and then called 911 to admit what had just happened. Fleetwood was released in August 1994, 18 months before he took Jasmine's life. Investigators said that Jasmine and Fleetwood did not know each other. They did not mention what the motive is. Fleetwood is currently proclaiming his innocence. "I have never seen that woman before in my life," claimed Fleetwood. "I don't know who that is. I have no explanation for why my DNA is under her fingernails." Even more damning, though, is that the investigators also found that Fleetwood's DNA was a match for an assault in the building next door to Jasmine's home about a month after her life was taken. Fleetwood faces a maximum of 25 years to life if convicted. New York Police Department Commissioner Keechant Sewell said, "Not once in 26 years did detectives waver in their pursuit of justice for Jasmine, and their dedication led to an arrest." "53-year-old John Stagner lived in Orlando, Florida in 1992. He was a hard-working maintenance employee for Orange County and was living on the county's maintenance property. During the early morning hours of August 10, 1992, deputies responded to a home on North Forsyth Road after John's wife found his body in bed. Orange County Sheriff John Mita said that John had head and facial trauma. The weapon was found in the room, a walking stick. The sheriff's office suspected John's neighbor, Ronald Cates. He had been a person of interest from the start. Cates reportedly had a drug habit at the time and would often borrow several power tools from John and pawn them to buy drugs. John had confronted him about it and asked him to return the tools. On the day John's life was taken, detectives went to Cates' house to speak with him about the case, but he had his daughter lie and say he wasn't home. Investigators later learned that he was hiding under the home that day. In the next few weeks, they did manage to interview Cates a few times. They noticed a lot of inconsistencies in the timeline that he gave and what his family members were saying. The case kept going, and in 1995, there was an incident where Cates admitted to his family that he took John's life. But because of how evidence and technology was at the time, there wasn't enough evidence to charge Cates. In 2020, a family member of Cates' contacted Orange County Sheriff's Office about the cold case. The family member said that they really care about the case, even if they were the suspect's family, because John was very, very good to the Cates family. He would give them money at the time when they needed it or a place to stay. Detectives started looking into the case more and spoke to Cates' wife and daughter. In March of 2022, they began more extensive interviews with the family members. Investigators then learned that his family was in fear of him because he was very abusive to them. In April 2022, Cates was in a hospital in North Carolina. He told a nurse that he took someone's life in Florida in 1992. The nurse told a security guard, and they did research and found John's case on the sheriff's office website. Officers with the Salisbury Police Department in North Carolina responded to the hospital and obtained Cates' confession on body camera video. Cates didn't explain the motive during his confession, but said that he hit Johnny with the stick. Investigators were able to confirm from Cates' family members that he used a walking stick to get around, and that he owned the one that was found at the crime scene. Detectives then had enough evidence at that point to interview Cates again and charge him. Cates was arrested on August 5, 2022, and is being held in a North Carolina jail, waiting to be taken back to Florida. Orange County Sheriff John Mina said the sheriff's office started its cold case team in 2020, and since then, the team has solved 13 cases dating back to 1984. On July 17, 1992, a farm worker in San Mateo County, California found a woman's body near an irrigation pond. An autopsy showed that the victim passed away due to blunt force trauma from a flat object to the back and left side of her skull. She was identified as 25-year-old Juliette Rivera. Juliette lived in Alameda and worked as a legal secretary. She had been reported missing by her family 10 days before her body was found. Her boyfriend, 50-year-old Abraham Riviera, soon became a suspect. He also went by the name of Gregory Mark Riviera. The Alameda Police Department and San Mateo County Sheriff's detectives questioned Riviera. They noticed numerous inconsistencies with the statement that he had made. They also found other unnamed evidence connecting him to the crime. An arrest warrant was issued for Riviera on August 7, 1992, but by the time they went to arrest him, he was long gone. Detectives found his apartment in Alameda abandoned. Juliette's case was featured on an episode of America's Most Wanted soon after Riviera disappeared. Riviera was added to the website Northern California Most Wanted, that is run by the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, aimed at enlisting the public's help in finding individuals wanted by law enforcement. On the website, it said that Riviera has a U.S. Army background and he has auto mechanic experience. He loves to talk about his times in Hawaii and has been described as a person who loved the Bay Area and likes to attend social events and local bars. The breakthrough in the case would finally come in May of 2022. A transient man who was known as John Paul passed away in Merced County, California. A coroner then ran the man's fingerprints in order to locate his next of kin. Results showed that the man was actually Riviera. It turns out that Riviera used his brother's name and lived a transient lifestyle to stay under law enforcement's radar. He and his brother would often swap identities to keep law enforcement guessing. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office had this to say in a statement. Based on this investigation with the identity of suspect Abraham Riviera, aka Gregory Mark Riviera, aka John Paul, finally located and now deceased, this case is closed. Public Information Officer Lieutenant Eamon Allen said, "Here at the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, a cold case does not mean a closed case. We investigate all cases thoroughly. Investigators are hoping that someone will come forward to shed light on why Riviera did what he did. Anyone with additional information pertaining to Juliette Rivera's case is urged to contact the San Mateo County Sheriff's Cold Case Unit at this email address." On the morning of November 13, 1986, the body of 75-year-old Richard Finney was discovered in a living room chair of an East Mission Avenue apartment where he lived by himself in Ontario, California. Money, jewelry, and other miscellaneous items belonging to the victim had been stolen. Knives, fingerprints, and blood belonging to the suspect were located inside Richard's apartment by investigators at the time. Unfortunately, the case went cold until technological advances allowed for further examination of the evidence. The case was reopened in 2016. Investigators resubmitted the bloody handprint and a fingerprint found on the knob of a sink inside Richard's home. This time, they found a match. The fingerprint matched that of Nathan Eugene Mathis. Mathis submitted his fingerprints for a job application as a security guard, and that was why investigators had his fingerprints on their database. Mathis was arrested in April 2018 at his home in Ontario in connection with the case. He was 31 years old when the crime took place. In May of 2022, Mathis pleaded guilty. Then, 2 months later, in July, he was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Before imposing the stipulated 15 years to life term, San Diego Superior Court Judge Carlos Amor said, "The question as to who did this heinous crime has been answered. The question as to why it was done, and how could somebody do this to someone who was obviously unable to defend himself, may never be answered." 42-year-old Ricky Lubert lived in Texas County, Missouri in 2007. He was last seen on November 10th. 3 days later, a neighbor of his became concerned that he had not seen Ricky for a few days. Inside of Ricky's home, the neighbor found his body and called 911. Investigators quickly had a suspect, Tommy Wetzel. Investigators at the time did not specify what led them to Wetzel. After an exhaustive investigation trying to find more evidence against Wetzel, he was charged and convicted of a federal weapons violation, but he was never charged with taking Ricky's life. That all changed after the Texas County Sheriff's Office opened a new investigation into Ricky's case in January of 2022. The Sheriff's Office was aided with the resources from the television program Cold Justice. Investigators from the Sheriff's Office reviewed the original case files and evidence. Based on that information, investigators conducted new interviews of witnesses and a suspect, and had additional analysis performed on evidence in the case. The new investigative efforts, as well as the prior ones, led to an indictment for armed criminal action and discharge of a firearm at or from a motor vehicle, and for taking Ricky's life against Wetzel. He was arrested on June 29, 2022, by the Barton County Sheriff's Office at his home in Liberal, Missouri. He has been transported back to Texas County. Texas County Sheriff Scott Lindsay had this to say in a statement. Today represents an important step in seeking justice for Ricky Lubert. I hope that this arrest is some sort of comfort to the family of the victim, even though it has taken 14 plus years to reach this point. I would like to commend all the investigators that worked on this case, but especially the deputies that were assigned to reopen the investigation and approached it with a dedication and perseverance. I would also like to thank the staff and resources provided by Cold Justice to assist with the investigation. Wetzel is currently being held in the Texas County Jail without bond. The motive of the crime is unclear at the moment. The Cold Justice team, who played an important part in solving the case, had this to say in a press release. Nearly 15 years later, there is justice for Ricky's brother Randy and his 2 boys. This is all possible due to the hard work of the Texas County Sheriff's Department and the assistance of Steve Spingola and Kelly Siegler. Our experts, Eric Devlin, Kathy Panieri, and the Cold Justice team worked incredibly hard to support the investigation team. Cold Justice has contributed to more than 50 arrests in cold cases around the U.S. 22-year-old Catherine Blauvelt lived in Simpsonville, South Carolina in 2016. She was married to 27-year-old John Tufton Blauvelt. He worked as a U.S. Army recruiter in Greenville County. Catherine disappeared from her home on October 25, 2016. The following day, friends found her body in the basement of a house that had been abandoned for more than 20 years. The house was a place where Catherine and her friends used to hang out as children. A post-mortem examination revealed that Catherine had been fatally stabbed with a knife. Less than a month after she was found, Simpsonville police obtained a warrant for John Blauvelt's arrest, charging him with taking Catherine's life and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. But by then, Blauvelt had fled the state with his 17-year-old girlfriend. He was classified as an Army deserter. The girlfriend is Hannah Thompson of Fountain Inn, South Carolina. She was reported missing by her parents on November 21, 2016, just 3 days after police issued a warrant for Blauvelt's arrest. Blauvelt and Thompson was spotted in Las Cruces, New Mexico a few days later. Then after the U.S. Marshals joined the search to find Blauvelt, they learned that he and Thompson traveled through Alabama, Texas, and California. In December 2016, Thompson called her parents requesting to return home to South Carolina. She was found safe in Oregon on December 12th, having been abandoned by Blauvelt. Simpsonville police stated that Blauvelt was known to live around wooded areas near the Oregon-Washington border. The case was featured on In Pursuit with John Walsh in 2019. On July 20, 2022, the Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force, led by the U.S. Marshals Service, captured Blauvelt following a lead received at the Marshals headquarters earlier in 2022. The nature of the tip was not disclosed, but officials stated Blauvelt had been living as Ben Klein when they arrested him without incident. Jackson Sheriff Nathan Sickler said, "We are glad this offender is in custody, and the process can begin to seek justice for the victim and her family. The work of this local violent offender task force is extremely important to the safety of our community. and we are proud of their efforts and our continued partnership. Catherine's mother, Patricia Piver, said, "Losing a child is unbearable. We knew John did it. But when he ran, our hearts sunk, and then he disappeared off the face of the map. And months turned into years, and now 5.5 years later, you lose hope, and you just gotta find something to hold on to. But getting that call yesterday, I'm still shaking," Piver continued. "It was the most amazing phone call ever." She also told reporters that Catherine's relationship consisted of intimate partner violence and hoped others could learn from her daughter's story. "He or she will beat you one day and then the next day apologize. Don't believe it. Catherine got away from him and moved back home, but they're not going to change. They threaten, beat, and hurt you. Get away and stay away." John Blauvelt was booked into the Jackson County Jail, where he awaits to be taken back to South Carolina to face prosecution. 52-year-old Andrea Sincata lived in Arlington County, Virginia in 1998. She was a single mother and worked as a librarian. Andrea was engaged to a guy named James Christopher Johnson. Johnson discovered Andrea's lifeless body in the bedroom closet of the apartment they shared August 22, 1998. Johnson told authorities that coins and bags were missing from the apartment, and that her hatchback Honda Civic and its keys were also gone. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. He also told police that Andrea had given an old computer to a man doing maintenance work around the apartment 4 weeks before her life was taken. According to Johnson, Andrea was having problems with the computer, and the maintenance worker was in their apartment a few times to work on it. The maintenance worker was identified as Bobby Joe Leonard. Leonard was viewed as a suspect, but was not charged, and the case went cold. The case was reopened in 2013 at the insistence of Andrea's son, Kevin Sincata. In 2018, Leonard told the police he had in fact worked on Andrea's computer and talked to her a few times about it not working well. Leonard said that he got a call from a male who identified himself as an engineer. Leonard believes this man was Andrea's fiancé, James Christopher Johnson. According to Leonard, Johnson called him and offered $5,000 if Leonard could take care of something for him. Johnson then apparently told Leonard to take Andrea's life. He told him when Andrea would be home. Allegedly, Johnson then told Leonard not to use a gun because that would be too loud, that he should wear gloves, that he should not be seen by anyone, and that he should wear a hat to cover his face. He also told Leonard that the $5,000 would be left in the closet for him to pick up. Leonard said that Andrea offered him a root beer when he came to the apartment. He then strangled her until she was no longer breathing. When he went to the closet, the money was not there. In November of 2021, both Leonard and Johnson were charged with the crime. At that point, Leonard was already serving a life sentence for assaulting a 13-year-old girl in 1999. Arlington Police Chief Andy Penn said, "The passage of time does not diminish the need for answers and accountability in this senseless crime that took Andrea's life. The indictments are the culmination of years of dedicated investigative work in our ongoing pursuit of justice on behalf of Andrea and her family." On July 27, 2022, 54-year-old Bobby Joe Leonard pleaded guilty to taking Andrea's life. Johnson is currently under home confinement since his arrest and denies any involvement in what happened. His trial is scheduled to start on September 12, 2022. Mr. Johnson is innocent, his attorneys Manuel Leva and Frank Salvato said in a statement. They also said, in prosecuting him, the government is relying on the self-serving lies of a man serving a life sentence for the assault of a 13-year-old girl. Kevin Sincata, Andrea's son, said that he had been surprised that Johnson was a suspect and that the family had supported the man they call Chris back in 1998 when he was first identified as a suspect. 29-year-old Sharon Hammock lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 1996. She had 2 children and was pregnant with another child on the way. Sharon was a sex worker and had addiction issues when it came to drugs. Her family's attempts to get her into rehabilitation programs failed due to her lack of health insurance. Sharon's body was found on October 3, 1996 in Kent County, Michigan. She had been assaulted and strangled. Sharon had been rolled up in a blanket and dumped on the side of the road. A delivery driver discovered her body on the same day her life was taken. Sharon was the 9th body found of a dozen women in the 1990s in and around Michigan Grand Rapids area. Unlike Sharon, most of the victims' remains had already become skeletal by the time they were found. The majority of the 12 Michigan victims had addiction issues and did the same work as Sharon did. A local task force was formed in 1996 to investigate the 12 cases. They questioned a lot of people and followed up on leads, but were unable to make any arrests for a very long time. Then finally, in August of 2022, 64-year-old Gary Dean Artman was arrested in connection with Sharon's case. He was taken into custody in Mississippi and is currently waiting to be taken back to Michigan. His DNA matched the male DNA found in Sharon's body, along with DNA found on the rope used to tie her up. He is also a suspect in a similar case of a woman who disappeared outside of Los Angeles, whose remains were later found in Maryland. The same male DNA was found in both this victim and Sharon. A detective working the case said familial DNA was done on both the Grand Rapids case and the Maryland case. It was determined that the assailant in each case was in fact the same person. Artman, by his own admission, was living and working near Sharon's crime scene and was present in the state of Michigan when her life was taken. It was also discovered that before the other victim's body was found in Maryland, she was in Ontario, California. Artman was within 20 miles of Ontario at the same time she was. It's not clear yet if the investigators suspect that Artman is responsible for any of the 11 other victims in the Grand Rapids area. Artman was previously incarcerated for 11 years in Michigan on a charge of first-degree criminal conduct. Sharon's younger sister, Tina DeYoung, said that the arrest had brought up a lot of emotions. "We got him. Mama, we got justice for her," Tina said at the press conference, looking toward the sky in a gesture to her deceased parents. "I'm sorry it didn't happen before the good Lord took you, but justice will be served. You can celebrate with her up there." 35-year-old Carol Jean Pierce lived in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin in 1975. She was married to Richard Gale Pierce. He was a member of the U.S. Coast Guard. Carol was last seen on September 5, 1975. Bizarrely, it took Richard 82 days to file a missing persons report. Investigators also found it strange that Richard had a new girlfriend just a few weeks after Carol disappeared. He also wanted no part in helping search for his wife. Investigators always believed that Richard is responsible, but as they could not find Carol's body, it would be too difficult to prove. In 2018, investigators took another look into the case. After police interviews, re-examination of evidence, and use of a human remains detection dog, detectives had enough evidence against Richard. Finally, on October 11, 2018, Richard Gale Pierce was arrested in connection with Carol's case. His trial was delayed a few times, but finally took place in 2022. Prosecutors in Door County, Wisconsin argued that Carol was not alive anymore and that Pierce is responsible. Authorities described an ugly relationship. Colleagues who worked with him said that Carol Jean started a lot of fights between them, but neighbors claimed to have seen her with bruising on her face. Another neighbor claimed that Carol told them that she believed Pierce was going to take her life. Authorities maintained that Pierce had much to gain from Carol not being alive anymore. A pension without a wife being in the way, most of the important possessions from their marriage, land and home in Michigan, a new girlfriend weeks after Carol Jean went missing, and the benefit of her silence. Defense lawyer Kate Zeidemulder argued her client should not be convicted since Carol's body has never been found. "You cannot find my client guilty of these crimes. There is literally no body, and there literally is no proof of human remains." To overcome that, prosecutors had to convince jurors that Carol Jean was definitely not alive anymore. Assistant District Attorney Nick Grody rejected the idea that she fled and started a new life without telling anyone. For example, as evidence, she did not plan to leave. The prosecutor highlighted letters she sent to her mother. Carol Jean planned to move with her husband to Michigan and was excited about it. Prosecutors suggested that Pierce hid Carol Jean's body at his Michigan home, but had moved the remains at some point. Deputy Ronald Finland of the Cheboygan County Sheriff's Office testified about there being a cut in the concrete in 2008 at Carol Jean and Richard's house filled with dirt, rock, and earth. But this cut was no longer filled in when authorities looked in 2018. While videotaping, I was able to observe a void that went back underneath the cement floor of the crawl space, Finland said. Dog handler Alyssa Palmer testified about participating in the 2018 search at Carol and Richard's house with Canine Hella a human remains detection dog. She said Hella found the presence of such remains at 6 locations in the Michigan home. In April of 2022, 86-year-old Richard Gale Pierce was convicted for taking the life of Carol Jean. Then, on August 5, 2022, Pierce was given a life sentence plus another 3 years on a disinterment charge. Arlie Porter, who was Sturgeon Bay's police chief and has since retired, said he was a young detective when he worked on this case 40-plus years ago. He says while today's sentencing isn't a closure because they still don't know where the body of Carol Jean Pierce is, it is finality of teamwork that led to the conviction and life imprisonment for Richard Pierce. 20-year-old Claire Gravel lived in North Andover, Massachusetts in 1986. She attended Salem State College and was a sophomore. On June 29, 1986, Claire played a softball game and then went to celebrate with her friends at Major McLeish's pub. A friend dropped her off at her apartment around 1:30 a.m. the next day. That would be the last time Claire was seen alive. That same day, her body was discovered in the woods near Massachusetts Route 128. She had been strangled. Speculation and rumors ran rampant in the immediate aftermath. As her family and friends mourned, police admitted to being stumped, and Claire's name fell from the headlines soon after. For over 30 years, the case remained cold. Then on August 24, 2022, Essex County District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett held a press conference to announce that investigators finally found the man responsible for taking the life of Claire Gravel. The man identified as 63-year-old John Carey. He is currently serving a prison term in the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Concord for a different case from 2008. Investigators have been tight-lipped about what exactly led them to John Carey. A photo of him has not been released yet. DA Blodgett said that evidence recovered from Claire's clothing were instrumental in charging Carey with taking her life. "We followed evidence we had," the DA said, promising more transparency as court proceedings move forward. "We developed new evidence as well that will be disclosed at his arraignment." Carey has allegedly been considered a person of interest in the case for some time, though Blodgett declined to say exactly how long. He said that no motive is clear at the moment. "This case was never forgotten," the DA insisted. "Any lead was pursued to the end." He added that authorities had been in touch with Claire's surviving sister and father. For 36 years, Robert Gravel has carried the photo of his daughter, Claire, in his wallet, Blodgett said. "We continuously review cold cases, hoping that new techniques and a fresh look will result in a breakthrough," the DA went on. "We are mindful of the victims and their family members who continue to want answers." 35-year-old Jeannie Childs lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1993. She was a sex worker. On June 13th, neighbors from an adjacent unit in Jeannie's apartment complex complained of bloody water leaking from Jeannie's residence. Her body was then found in the bathroom shower. She had been stabbed 65 times, mostly around her neck and torso area. Investigators found male DNA on Jeannie's comforter, bathroom towel, and bathroom sink. Other than the DNA that investigators could not do a lot with, because DNA technology was not that advanced back in 1993, investigators did not have much to go on. Police called it a horribly difficult case to crack, with so few leads and no witnesses at all. In 2018, officials reopened Jeannie's case. The break investigators needed soon followed in 2019, when police matched the DNA from the crime scene to 52-year-old Jerry Westrom with the use of genetic genealogy. He had not been previously a suspect in the case and was a married father of 2 adult children from Asante, about 40 miles north of Minneapolis. Investigators discovered that he had lived in the Twin Cities area from 1991 to 1993 and had multiple contacts with law enforcement, including a 2016 conviction for solicitation. In 2019, investigators tailed Westrom to a hockey game where he ordered a hot dog from a concession stand. Investigators then collected one of Westrom's discarded napkins and obtained his DNA, which was determined to match the DNA found at the crime scene. He was arrested shortly thereafter. He long denied having contact with Jeannie or any other women in all of Minneapolis, claiming to have no idea why his DNA was found at the crime scene. In 2022, his trial started. On August 25, 2022, 56-year-old Jerry Arnold Westrom was found guilty by a Hennepin County jury for taking the life of Jeannie Childs. Westrom is expected to appear for a formal sentencing hearing in the next few weeks, and it's expected that he will be handed a life sentence. Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman said, "My condolences go out to the victim and her family. They have had to live without justice for nearly 3 decades. I hope this brings some sense of closure to them. Today's guilty verdicts show that we will pursue convictions for serious crimes, even if it takes years to gather evidence." Jeannie's mother, Betty Eichmann, was in the courtroom when Westrom was found guilty. This is what she had to say. "I know that the law was finally going to take care of him for what he did, and I hope he can sleep at night. Jeannie was a wonderful person, even though she had problems. She had a big heart." 22-year-old Heather Hodges lived in Rocky Mountain, Virginia in 2012. She was a college student and just recently became a mother. Heather dated Paul Ravens Jordan. Jordan reported Heather missing on April 11, 2012. This was 2 days after she had last been seen by her family members. Jordan claimed to get Heather a blizzard at a nearby Dairy Queen around 10:30 p.m. on April 9th, but she was gone when he got home. Her sister had dropped her off at the couple's house around 6:30 a.m. that day after Heather had spent a few days staying with her family. Jordan immediately became a person of interest in Heather's disappearance. He had been arrested on April 5, 2012, less than a week before Heather disappeared, on misdemeanor charges for an attack on Paula Hodges, Heather's mother. Jordan had thrown a chair and metal toys at her before chasing her out of the couple's home with a baseball bat. Jordan was ultimately convicted in that case in July of 2012 and given a 1-year suspended sentence. He had also been previously convicted in 2007 of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Jordan was arrested in an unrelated incident in July of 2017. He pleaded guilty to abduction by force or intimidation in June 2018 and received a 10-year sentence. This just showed investigators that this worthless individual was definitely capable of taking Heather's life. Since that time, the investigation has continued yielding additional evidence of Jordan's involvement in Heather's disappearance and her demise, although her body has not yet been located. In April of 2022, 49-year-old Paul Ravens Jordan was indicted by a grand jury for taking Heather's life and concealing her body. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office said this in a statement: "We would like to express gratitude for the members of the Office of the Sheriff, past and present, who have worked diligently over the past 10 years on this case to bring justice and provide closure to Ms. Hodges' family and loved ones. Heather's disappearance has always been an active investigation and has never been considered a cold case," the statement added. Heather's sister, Crystal Songer, said, "There's never been any doubt in my mind that it was him." Over the past decade, Songer said she's fiercely advocated for justice on her sister's behalf. "If she was still here today, and this would have happened to somebody else, just say, she would be standing right here beside me ready to fight just as hard as I am," she added. No further information was immediately released by law enforcement regarding what specifics led to the indictment. Jordan is currently being held at Green Rock Correctional Center. He had been previously expected to be released in February of 2025. Anyone with further information as to whereabouts of Hodges' remains is urged to contact investigators at the Franklin County Sheriff's Office by calling 540-483-0000. 26-year-old Anna Kane lived in Reading, Pennsylvania in 1988. She was a sex worker and drug user. Anna had 3 children. On October 23, 1988, Anna's body was found in a wooded area near Reading with baling twine around her neck. An investigation revealed that she had been strangled elsewhere and dumped in the woods. In February of 1990, about 15 months after Anna's life was taken, a local newspaper, the Reading Eagle, received an anonymous letter from a concerned citizen with information that only the perpetrator would know. The letter writer also left his DNA when he licked the envelope. Investigators analyzed Anna's clothing and found traces of an unknown male's DNA. The Pennsylvania State Police have declined to release the 1990 letter to the newspaper or to elaborate on exactly what it said. There were just intimate details about where she was disposed of, how her clothes were displayed, stuff like that, State Police Trooper Daniel Woomer said. This led investigators to believe that whoever wrote the letter had committed the crime. They later determined that the male DNA on Anna's clothing matched the DNA on the envelope from 1990, confirming investigators' belief that the person behind the letter was the perpetrator. But while the investigators had his DNA profile, there was nothing to identify him, because he had never been arrested for anything that required his DNA to be put into the system. That's where genetic genealogy came in. Genetic genealogy's effectiveness in cold cases depends on the quality of crime scene DNA and whether it has degraded. The detectives' careful preservation of DNA evidence in 1988 provided a solid foundation for today's investigators to examine with new technology. Genetic genealogy combines DNA evidence and traditional genealogy to find biological connections among people. In recent years, companies like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have encouraged people to explore their genealogy by spitting into a tube and sending it off for analysis. These companies then send back information on their clients' ethnic heritage, genetic health risk, and family tree, as well as a raw data file on their DNA. With millions of users seeking to explore their genetic roots, the practice has become a big business. It is also a valuable tool for law enforcement officers to solve old crimes. DNA collected from crime scenes can now be uploaded to an online service that compares it to DNA submitted by people using companies like 23andMe to explore their genealogy. If a possible match is found, genealogists can build out family trees to help find potential suspects. Finally, in August 2022, Pennsylvania State Police used genetic genealogy testing to identify the man responsible for taking the life of Anna Cain. Pennsylvania State Police Nathan Trate said, "All of that stuff was preserved the way it should be, because they knew probably somewhere down the line, whatever they collected could be that little piece of evidence to solve the case." Well, here we are in 2022, and that little piece of evidence that they collected was exactly what we needed. The person responsible is a local man named Scott Grimm. Grimm passed away in 2018 at age 58. Investigators don't know much about him other than he lived in a nearby Hamburg, Pennsylvania area. Investigators are trying to determine whether he knew Anna and have urged anyone who knows the nature of their relationship to reach out. So far, they have found no ties. Anna's daughter, 43-year-old Tamika Reyes, spoke during the press conference. She was just 9 years old when her mother was taken away from her. "I felt a bit of everything when I found out. I was happy to finally put a face behind the monster who took her from us, and upset that he will never be able to face consequences." Tamika said one of her fondest childhood memories was taking walks with her mother and seeing her suddenly dance to random music playing in stores as they passed. She was a firecracker, very outgoing, not afraid of anything, very honest, blunt, and caring. Tamika says she's still bothered by the image the media painted of her mother. Although she had a dark past that included drug use and prostitution, she was trying to turn her life around, Tamika said. She was portrayed as this slain prostitute, like she deserved what happened to her. It was hurtful. She was more than that. She was a victim. She was a mother. She was loved. No one deserves what happened to her. "It has been hard growing up without a mom," she said. "No child should ever have to grow up without their mom." Tamika still has so many questions she would ask Grimm if he was still alive. Why did he take the life of a young woman who was just trying to take care of her children? And what went through his mind when he learned she had a family that loved her? Tamika knows she'll never get the answers, but she's glad her family finally knows who did it. Now the investigators have identified Scott Grimm. They will review other open cold cases to see if he was involved. On December 5, 2001, 20-year-old Wesley Powell was sitting inside his vehicle at a Wahavo gas station in Birmingham, Alabama. An unknown man then walked up to Wesley's car, stood inside the open passenger door, and shot Wesley a few times. Sadly, he succumbed to his injuries the next day in a hospital. The man fled on foot. Witnesses were able to tell the police that the culprit is a young black male, but unfortunately, no one recognized them and there was nothing else for the investigators to go on. Then, in early 2022, investigators received valuable information regarding the case. It led them to 46-year-old Ricky Witherspoon. Investigators were able to confirm that he was responsible. Witherspoon was arrested on August 19, 2022. He is currently being held at a Jefferson County jail without bond. During the news conference held by Birmingham Police Department to address the arrest, some family members of Wesley's attended and made a brief statement. "Don't give up, because at one time, I really did. After 21 years, I did. To see this come to light and give our family some closure, so we can have Christmas dinner like everybody else. Because everybody else was having Christmas dinner and we were burying our son. But the main thing is, don't give up," said Wesley Powell Jr.